2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail,
Here.
Kent Howe,
Here.
Hanley Jenkins,
Here.
Jordan Truitt,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Perry Chalktooth.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, there are no agenda modifications at this time.
Thank you. I have the following announcements. For council members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly and please do not use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For agenda item C, public comment period, there are two ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. One, for those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for emails updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meetings are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Our first item of business is the consent calendar, which includes the approval of the January 28, 2022 meeting minutes. Anyone want to make a motion to approve the minutes if everyone's had a chance to review them?
Madam Chair, this is Hanley Jenkins, and I reviewed the minutes, and we have a revised set that were provided on the 22nd of this month, and we've had some discussions about an additional revision to that. So I would move that we approve the minutes with the following amendment. On page 11, fourth paragraph, at the end of the paragraph, we would add Condon expressed concern about the time it has taken to satisfactory resolution of the issues identified in the complaints submitted by the farmers. The time it has taken for a satisfactory resolution. There we go. Okay. With that amendment, I would recommend, move that we approve the minutes as presented on the 22nd of this month.
Thank you, Hanley.
Second.
Thank you, Cindy. Any further discussion or questions about the minutes and the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Perry Chalktooth,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next on the agenda is the Council Secretary report. Mr. Secretary, it's you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start with project updates. On February 2nd, Perennial Power Holdings issued a press release indicating they would terminate their site certificate for Perennial Wind Chaser Station, the 415 megawatt natural gas fired power plant in Umatilla County, just west of Hermiston. We have had discussions with Perennial Power since they've issued their press release, but they have yet to submit their proposed retirement plan or their request to terminate their site certificate. However, we do expect both to come in relatively soon. Any questions on that before I move on? Okay, seeing none. Next on my list is the Bigelow Canyon Wind Farm. In the past 2 weeks, we've received notification from Portland General Electric, the site certificate holder, that there were 2 reportable incidences at the Bigelow Canyon Wind Farm. This project is located in Sherman County. The first was a blade liberation event. At 2:11 a.m. on February 1st, a blade detached from a turbine in the phase 1 area of the project and was thrown approximately 100 yards into an adjacent wheat field. There were no injuries or property damage, and the landowners have been engaged and informed. The blade does not appear to have struck the tower, and the other 2 blades on the turbine do not appear to be damaged. PGE has shut down all of the turbines within that phase of the project while they investigate the cause of the failure. After the report was the incident was reported to us, the department did have a call with Lena Cope, who's the senior environmental specialist with PGE, on February 10th, who walked us through the incident. And just a couple of items of note that came out of that meeting is that PGE will be consulting with the turbine manufacturer to see what guidelines they have before returning all of the phase 1 turbines to operation. And then their current plan, which is still under development, is to torque a represented number of the phase 1 turbines to see if there is movement on the hub or pitch bearing bolts. And additionally, PGE's metallurgist took a new bolt and 50 of the failed bolts that attached the blade to the nacelle to run the test to determine if the failure had anything to do with the torque or the material. So the bearing of the damaged blade will be removed and sent to Western Machine in Portland for testing. So this incident is still clearly under investigation and trying to figure out what caused the blade to detach from the wind turbine. Any questions? Okay, the second event at Bigelow Canyon was another transformer failure. I believe that would be the 10th. That occurred at 10 p.m. or around 10 p.m. on February 15th. It's estimated that approximately 166 gallons of non-PCB transformer oil has been released onto the surrounding gravel. PG is contracted with U.S. Ecology to assist with the cleanup, and the spill has been reported to DEQ. So if you recall, the council had requested PGE come present the prior 9 incidences of transformer failure at the January council meeting, and so this occurred shortly thereafter. Okay, moving to my next update, which is the Carty Generating Station. On February 3rd, we received amendment number 3 for the Carty Generating Station. This project includes an operational 450 megawatt natural gas-fired power plant, as well as an approved but not yet constructed 50 megawatt solar component. Portland General Electric is the site certificate holder for this project as well, and the project is located in Morrill County. Amendment 3 requests to extend the beginning and ending construction timeframes for the solar component by 3 years. There are no other no physical changes being proposed to the facility, simply a change in the beginning and ending construction timelines for the solar component. Portland General Electric has also requested that the amendment be reviewed under the Type B process. The amendment request is posted to the project website. We sent a notice of our receipt of the amendment request and the Type B review request on February 16th. Okay, next is the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project. This proposed project includes 350 megawatts of wind, as well as 260 megawatts of solar and 120 megawatts of battery storage, and the applicant is Capital Power. Project would be located in Umatilla County. The application was deemed complete on January 31st, and Kate Sloan, who senior siting analyst with the department, who is the project lead, held a virtual public information meeting on the evening of February 16th. In addition to department staff, Councilmember Condon, and the applicant team, there were 17 sort of non, department, council, or applicant people who participated in the meeting. So a decent showing. Not a lot of comments or questions, but there was sort of, at least we had good participation in terms of watching the presentations. And since then, we have posted the meeting slides as well as the video recording of the meeting onto the project website. So even if somebody did not go to the meeting when it was live, they can go back and review it if they want to. All right. Final project update is the Golden Hills Wind Project. So this is a 200 megawatt wind project that is currently in construction and located in Sherman County. On February 16th, 2022, Compliance Officer Dwayne Kilsdonk and ESCP Specialist Kevin Woodhouse conducted a site inspection where erosion and topsoil management conditions were documented as being substantially improved from prior conditions observed in December. Following the January FSEC meeting, the certificate holder contacted the department and proposed additional corrective action measures as part of its corrective action plan, including offering soil enhancements to all affected landowner and tenant farmers, paying for landowner seeding if the certificate holder seeding was not preferred, adding a long-term soil monitoring and evaluation component to the revegetation plan, providing to the department documented completion of reclamation satisfactory to the landowner, and if this documentation cannot be obtained, an executed settlement agreement to compensate for topsoil and crop damage due to failed topsoil management, excess disturbance, and erosion impacts. The department is working with its consultant on review of the proposed measures and will continue to work closely with that consultant, the Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the certificate holder on the corrective action plan components. Any questions? Moving on to future meetings. So the next scheduled council meeting is March 17th and 18th. But unless something occurs during today's meeting that would necessitate having a March meeting, we will not be needing to have a March meeting. So unless that comes out during today's meeting, the March meeting is essentially canceled. And then following that would be April 22nd and 21st and 22nd would be the following meeting. And we will at least need to have a one-day meeting, which would be the 22nd in April. So currently I have all council members available for that meeting. If that has changed or does change between now and then, please let either Nancy or myself know so we can make the necessary adjustments.
Todd, this is Marcy. I just wanted to, I'm sorry, my brain feels slow still, just acknowledge Dwayne's efforts. I know we all had a lot of comments last time, and the fact that he continues to work on that, I just want to acknowledge. I know everybody's involved, but I feel like we've put a little extra pressure on him to keep us updated on that situation. So thank you.
Great. I appreciate that, and I'll let Dwayne know. Councilmember Condon?
Thank you, Todd, and I absolutely agree with Marcia. And I'm just curious, I presume the farmers who complained are satisfied with the corrective actions?
I'm going to defer to Sarah, who's had more contact with this compliance than I have. So Sarah, can you respond to Councilmember Condon's question?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have evidence of full satisfaction with the response yet, but that's part of the ongoing plan. I mean, we have been in communication with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last category, council member updates. So
Chair,
I think
Mr. Creo,
Yes,
I'm
I saw Hanley was trying to say something there. Excuse me.
thank you. And I will remind everyone that on my phone, it just doesn't work. So speak up as needed. Thanks, Kent.
Yeah, it helps if I hit the mute button, the unmute button. Yeah, I guess the question is whether for Sarah, had there been additional complaints since our last meeting from the farmers on the Golden Hills?
Sorry. No, there have not been. Not at
Okay,
complaints.
okay, thank you.
Any more questions or thoughts on the Golden Hills project? Okay. So yeah, earlier this week, I sent council members an update that unfortunately Phil Stenbeck had to resign from FSEC. So Phil is fine, he's okay. He just had an unanticipated conflict that made it very, very difficult for him to continue on being a council member. So I've been in contact with the governor's office to seek a replacement for him, and I'll hopefully have some updates to you in the near future. And then very lastly on my list is related to former council member Barry Byler. So we were shocked and saddened to hear that Barry had suddenly passed away last week. Barry served on the Hanford Cleanup Board for 5 years before being appointed to the Energy Facility Siting Council, where he served for 9.5 years. During that time, Barry was vice chair for 2 years and chair for nearly 5 years. Barry was a selfless volunteer who did not think twice about traveling whenever or wherever we needed him for council meetings, legislative hearings, or anything else. And he truly loved everything energy. So what I always found really amazing about Barry was that for someone who did not work in the energy industry, he really could hold his own on very complex and nuanced conversations with the best and most knowledgeable people in the business, which was, again, pretty amazing for somebody who didn't do that in his day-to-day life. So Barry was very much one of a kind, and I will truly miss him. So I have heard that services will be held in early June, and I will provide more details to you as I know more about those services. So.
If everyone's okay, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'm going to just say and do it anyway. I just ask that we take a moment of silence in Barry's honor. If everyone's all right with that, please. Thank you.
And then in honor of Barry, I'm wearing suit jacket, tie, and jeans. Unfortunately, I don't have cowboy boots, or I would have worn those as well. So
He would be very proud.
Is it a Jerry Garcia tie?
it's unfortunately not a Jerry Garcia tie. So it was my closest approximation, but it is not that. Sort of a colorful paisley tie, but not a Jerry Garcia. So thank you, Madam Chair. Unless there are any questions, that concludes my secretary report.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Obsidian Solar Center. This is an information item, hearing and possible action. Kellen Tardyweather, Odo Senior Siting Analyst, and Jesse Ratcliffe, Senior Assistant Attorney General, Counsel to FSEC for the Obsidian Solar Center contested case, will both be presenting this agenda item. I will now turn the floor over to Kellen and Jesse.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst at the Oregon Department of Energy. Nancy or Wally, do I have the ball to be able to share my screen?
Hey, Kellen, we'll make you a presenter. Hang on.
Thanks.
Okay, change options, make a presenter. Just made her a presenter. You're good.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right. Let's see, I already introduced myself a little.
We lost your volume.
I lost my volume.
There you go. You're
Okay.
back.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I also want to echo, I'm sorry, I got a little the loss of Barry Byler's
Lost your volume again.
Ellen, you may want to turn off your video. I don't know if that is sort of stalling stuff, but we've totally lost your audio.
how to make it again.
Bits and pieces.
I know. Let's see.
It's
Got you
coming-
now.
That's coming in clear
Yeah.
now.
I just need to make it bigger. So Wally, when I am presenting, oh, it's at the top. I'm gonna stop my video. Thank you. See if this helps my connection. Okay, we'll proceed here. Is this a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I apologize about that. So yes, Barry is very missed. At his last hearing, we, as the citing division, made him a little bear with a chair bear shirt with little cowboy boots and a little gavel that also doubled as a little USB drive. So I hope, I just offer my condolences to his family, and he is missed and will continue to be missed. So let me pivot here and let's get back to business, and we'll make this one for Barry. Today I'm going to be presenting the proposed order on the application for site certificate for the Obsidian Solar Center. The council also received the staff report for this agenda item, and it does have several steps to it. And I think that even though I have bulleted here what council will be going over today, I think the staff report really kind of provides a good description of each one of these steps. And Todd and Jesse will help provide an overview of those. Before I begin, I am just going to take a minute to go over something that is more like, and I don't know, maybe council is already completely familiar with this and members of the public, but as everybody is aware, we issue very large documents, and council gets large documents in there as attachments to the staff report. And I just wanted to go over a quick thing that we as staff use constantly, and it's how to use searchable headers in navigating documentation. So ahead in front of me, does everybody see the Word document of the proposed order here?
I do not. I see a black
No.
screen.
Okay. So thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Now we see it. Okay. All right. So if you open up just a blank Word document, generally documents open up and they look like this, right? And so it's a very long document to scroll through. Now, how we get to that header is by going a Control F. Control is CTRL, usually on the bottom left of a computer or on your keyboard. And if you go Control F, that's how you get to your search function. So you can actually type in here whatever you're searching for, right? I'm looking for recommended structural standard condition 1. So if you also wanted to find a keyword, if you wanted to look up if there's any information on grazing or water, this is a good way of getting there. So from the document, you go to Control F. But where this also takes you is you can use your headings. And this is what we as staff really make an effort to do and include in all of our documents, because if you get to this heading and you're really interested and you want to find the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard, you can just click there and scroll through. So that's what it looks like if you're just in a Word document. If you're on, say, if you download a document from the web page, it usually looks like this. And up here, you have your contents screen, to which you can search the headers here if you're downloading from the internet and using information from the internet. In a PDF, these are what the PDFs look like. So in general, if you open up a PDF, this is what it looks like. And then over here, this is how you access the headers. And they aren't there. So great. So never mind on that one. But I did want to go over here because council did receive the hearing officer's proposed contested case order. Now this document came to us as a Word document and it didn't have the headers in it. So I manually went through and kind of added these headers. So it may help council when Jesse's going over this to be able to use this function if you want to jump to a particular issue, or you can expand this, or the conditions, the conclusions of law. But I just wanted to go over this because this is just a helpful tool when navigating these documents. Okay, so now are we back to, everybody can see my screen?
This is Cindy.
Yes.
Kellen, thank you very much for that little tutorial.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, and if we get to it, and if you have your documents open and you want a reminder about how to access or find those, we can totally go back and do that. But this is, it's also something that for the members of the public, who track our projects, we really want the information to be navigable. We know there's a lot of it, and we just want to help people be able to find what they're looking for. Okay, so we are reviewing the proposed order for the Obsidian Solar Center. The applicant is Obsidian Solar LLC. The proposed facility is a 400 megawatt solar PV photovoltaic energy facility that's located in North Lake County. Lake County is quite long and large, which is approximately 8 miles from Christmas Valley, within a 3,900, approximately 6.1 square mile site boundary. The site boundary includes 5 underlying property owners, and then within 1 mile of the site boundary, there's 17 residential properties. So the description of the facility, as I noted, it's a solar PV. The energy generating facility includes modules, posts, inverters, and transformer units, and the electrical collection system. As council is aware, an energy facility in your statutes is the energy facility and its related or supporting facilities. So related or supporting facilities include up to 4 1-acre collector substations, a 3-acre 115 to 500 kilovolt step-up substation, which means it's stepping up the power from 115 kV to 500, up to 2 operation and maintenance buildings, access and service roads, fencing around the entire perimeter, and 2 miles of 115 gen-tie transmission line, which would connect the generating equipment to an existing, and the energy generated to an existing 500 kV PGE transmission line. The related supporting facilities also include 500 or 50 megawatts of dispersed or centralized flow battery technology storage systems. So in this figure here, and I know you can't read all of these little call outs, but I selected this figure because it's basically a layout of what the generating equipment would be and where the substations would be. This here, and there's other figures too. This here is the transmission line, and this is the existing PG&E transmission line. You'll notice that there's these little blocks where there's no yellow solar panels. Those blocks, as we'll address later, underneath primarily the Council's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard and Council's Cultural, Historic, and Archaeological Resources Standard. These are avoidance areas where the applicant is going to avoid sensitive resources. This is the procedural history slide. As Council can see, back in 2018, the applicant submitted its notice of intent. I'm going to remind Council here that back in the notice of intent phase, the applicant was proposing about a 6,000 acre solar generating facility, but due to comments and review from the applicant's coordination with tribal governments and other reviewing agencies, including the Department of State Lands for Wetlands, the applicant actually removed 2,000 acres of their proposal to what Council is reviewing today. And that was to avoid impacts to sensitive resources. So back in, let's see, 2019, we deemed the application complete. And then in March, the department issued the draft proposed order, which the draft proposed order, typical of all DPOs that the department issues, is really staff's first cut at making recommendations to Council, findings of fact and conclusions of law, with the inclusion of site certificates to meet particular standards. Now there is a gap in between the DPO issuance and when we actually had the public hearing on the DPO. And as everybody's aware, this was just the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. So we really, we made several attempts to have a public hearing on the DPO, and just we're really mindful of keeping the safety of staff and the public in consideration, but also making sure that we met all of the requirements for the hearing under Council's rules and statutes. So in July of 2020, we had a in-person and remote public hearing on the DPO. Council reviewed the DPO in August of 2020. And then let's see, in October, we issued the proposed order and notice of the contested case. There was a full contested case proceeding on the applicant or on the proposed order, which was led by Joe Allen, who's a administrative law judge at the Office of Administrative Hearings. This concluded with his issuance of the hearing officer's proposed contested case order in January of 2022, and which leads us to today, where we're reviewing the proposed order and Council's possible final decision of the site certificate. So I'm going to go over, and this kind of correlates with the staff report. So Council's, the scope of review. So I'm going to go through the proposed order, and I've selected certain items. I'm certainly not going to walk through all of the conditions because that would just, it would be a long time to do all of that. So I've just selected some items that I think Council would be interested in and that I think are interesting. So if, as we're going through, there's something that you want to talk about or for me to expand on, just let me know and I can do it. So as we went over, Council reviewed the DPO in August of 2020 and provided input and comments on the issues that were raised on the record of the DPO. Many of those issues were carried forward into the contested case, which Jesse's going to go over later after my presentation. And I'm sorry, it's Jesse Radcliffe, as Council's aware, but for the record, is Council's counsel, their DOJ attorney for the Department of Justice. So I want to make sure that Council understands the scope of review So following or during my presentation, you will have an opportunity to take an informal vote on whether to adopt, modify, or reject the proposed order. If council determines that modification or rejection of findings and conclusions of law are appropriate, it must be based or maybe inappropriate. If council would like to modify the proposed order, it must be based on a determination that the applicant has failed to demonstrate a preponderance of evidence to satisfy an applicable standard under review, which I'll talk about preponderance of evidence within my next slide. So I'm going to continue. So the council's general standard of review requires the council to find that a preponderance of evidence on the record supports the conclusion that the proposed facility will comply with FSEC statutes, the citing standards adopted by council, and that the facility complies with all other statutes and administrative rules applicable to the issuance of the site certificate. What does preponderance of evidence mean? Essentially, it's more likely than not that the evidence proves that the standard is met. And Jesse will likely expand on this in his presentation. So under the general standard of review, the department recommends and also imposes conditions 1 through 10. These include mandatory and site-specific conditions that are required in all site certificates. So, for the mandatory and site-specific conditions, there may not be the recommend in front of them because they're required to be in there. And as what you'll find in this proposed order, and I think in other orders, is that there are mandatory conditions that relate to the structural standard, and there's mandatory conditions that also, directly relate to the retirement and financial assurance standard. The department recommends or imposes those conditions underneath those standards, so they don't necessarily appear here. However, there's several other conditions under general standard of review where the mandatory or site-specific conditions are imposed. The mandatory condition imposed under recommended general standard of review, condition 1, requires that the certificate holder to begin construction on the facility no later than the date no later than the construction beginning date specified by council in the site certificate. In this condition, the department recommends a timeline that's consistent with previously approved facilities, noting that the applicant may begin construction after the issuance of the site certificate, but of course, pending compliance with all pre-construction conditions. Let's see. Recommended general standard of condition 3. I think that this is an important condition because, and this kind of ties to the site certificate, but underneath this condition, the certificate holder is required to design, construct, operate, and retire the facility substantially as described in the site certificate. So in general, in generating the site certificate, the department basically lifts the facility description from the introductory part of the proposed order or final order and puts that into the site certificate. And this is so when Dwayne and the compliance program is out on site during construction or operation, they have an idea of what is constructed and what operation activities are, and also what retirement activities would be. The recommended general standard of review condition 6 is also a mandatory condition. I just plucked this one out to focus that council is aware that revegetation is commonly, and in this case, is addressed under the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. But there's also a, as a backstop or additionally or supplementing to a mandatory condition that requires revegetation on the site. The council also has, under OAR 345-25-0006 sub 10 is a requirement that the council includes as conditions in the site certificate all representations and supporting all representations in the application and supporting record the council deems to be binding commitments made by the applicant as necessary to avoid or minimize a potential impact. So this is interesting because in the presentation, there are conditions that appear that weren't necessary to meet the standard, but were an applicant's representation to minimize or avoid an impact. Does council want me to just want me to continue, or do you want me to pause at the end of does council have any questions about the general standard of review?
Helen, this is Marcy, and I'd advise you to pause and give folks a chance so we
Okay.
don't have to go backwards.
Sure.
Thank you.
Does council have any questions about the general standard of review?
None.
Thank you. Subsections 1 and 2 of the council's organizational expertise standard require that the applicant demonstrate its ability to design, construct, and operate the proposed facility in compliance with the council's standards and site certificate conditions, and in a manner that protects public health, safety, and its ability to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. Under this standard, the council may consider an applicant's experience and past performance in constructing, operating, and retiring other facilities in determining its compliance with the organizational expertise standard. To evaluate whether the applicant demonstrated an ability to comply with the council's organizational expertise standard, the proposed order provides an evaluation of the applicant's relevant experience with constructing and operating similar facilities and considers whether or not there's any regulatory citations have been received for those facilities. Under this standard, the department recommends conditions 1 through 5 be imposed to meet this standard. So as noted earlier, Obsidian Solar Center LLC is a project-specific LLC as applicant, and also therefore relies on the organizational expertise of its 2 parent companies, Obsidian Renewables and Lindgren Development Incorporated. To demonstrate compliance with the standard, So Obsidian Renewables, one of the parent companies, has developed or financed 24 PV facilities and has permitted 3 other solar facilities in addition to the Obsidian Solar Center that are currently in development in Lake County. These facilities are Fossil Lake Solar, which is a 10 megawatt solar facility, which is also in North Lake County. Airport Solar, which is a 47.25 megawatt facility. Airport Solar, which is a 10 megawatt. Airport Solar, which is a 10 megawatt solar facility that's down in the Lakeview area, which is South Lake County. Lindgren Development is a subsidiary of Swinnerton Incorporated, and through its subsidiaries, Swinnerton Builders and Swinnerton Renewable Energy, has constructed, operated, and maintained solar projects that total over 3 gigawatts. The applicant notes that the facility is likely to be operated by Swinnerton Renewable or its affiliate. So, just 1 second here. Okay. So the department recommends organizational expertise, which requires reporting to the department any changes in the parent company that could impact the certificate holder's access to resources or expertise of the parent companies. Organizational expertise 3, 4, and 5 relate to compliance for whichever contractor they select to construct and operate and retire the facility, that subcontractor and contractor comply with all laws and terms of the site certificate. Whereas organizational expertise condition 4 highlights, which council has been kind of briefed on this for other facilities. It is the noticing or the ability for the department to issue a notice of violation if any terms of the site certificate are violated. And then recommended organizational expertise condition 5 includes a 72-hour reporting requirement for any conditions or circumstance or incidences or circumstances that violate the terms or conditions of the site certificate. Underneath the council's organizational expertise standard, there's also a requirement for the applicant to demonstrate its ability to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. And this is discussed and met under the council's retirement and financial assurance standard. And does council have any comments or questions about the organizational expertise standard? Yes. Councilmember Condon.
Kellen, I'm
Yes.
not sure who can see.
Go
This
ahead,
is,
Cindy.
yeah, Cindy Condon. Thank you. With respect to the organizational expertise condition 1, it seems to me there's judgment there. And I know this has to do with the standard. So the applicant makes a judgment about a change that could impact. They're not required to report every change. It's just if they determine that it could impact, it's up to them. Is that's correct?
I'm
I'm
That's-
kind of
yeah.
curious why they just are not required to report any change to avoid the judgment.
Yeah, no, I guess that is one. I'm pulling up my proposed order here so I can look at the exact wording of that condition. Yes. I do see how that could be that judgment in there. I don't know if that is the intent of the condition. Well,
That's
that
all right.
just changes that. I'm looking at. It's up here. Shall report to the department any changes such as, and it gives examples. So actually, I think that so here we actually took out that could, that says.
Yes.
So my slide, my PowerPoint presentation slide isn't reflective of what the condition says in. the
Okay.
proposal.
All right. There was,
Yeah,
hence my
yeah.
question.
No, that's a great observation. Thank you.
Sorry about that. And just one more different subject. So the other projects that you identified in Lake County, I
Mhm.
think, are much smaller projects than this one, correct?
Yes, I don't have like the acreage, but if we're just looking at the megawatt,
Yeah.
like the generating capacity, yes, they're less generating capacity, so you can infer that they are a smaller footprint.
Yeah. And so I guess with respect to expertise, is this their largest? I think I had a conversation that this was their largest. Is it largest by that amount? I think the largest one you mentioned was 47 megawatts, maybe.
Yeah, 47.25.
That and what a much larger project means in terms of expertise. I'm just curious if that presents any concern with size.
Well, underneath the standard, the department looks at, several items. Which one of these in here, the applicant represents that it has not received any regulatory citations for any of these other solar facilities. We also look at whether or not an applicant has conducted or completed mitigation for other similar projects. Oftentimes for, say, for local or smaller non-asset jurisdictional facilities, there may be other requirements as part of a conditional use permit or as other agreements an applicant has with other agencies or governments. But as council's aware, we have pretty substantial mitigation obligations. So in the proposed order, whereas there aren't, finite examples of completing mitigation projects for these other facilities, what the department points to are the mitigation obligations that are required in site certificate conditions to be able to comply with other council standards, and that those mitigation obligations would demonstrate that the applicant does have the organizational expertise, at least with that regard, for this particular facility and the impacts and mitigation for such a large solar facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Doesn't look like any.
Okay, thank you. The council structural standard requires that the council evaluate whether the applicant has adequately characterized the potential seismic, geological, and soil hazards of the site, and whether the applicant can design, engineer, and construct the facility to avoid dangers to human safety and the environment. The information that supports the council structural standard is found in Exhibit H of the application. And in the review of Exhibit H, the department works very closely with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, or DOGAMI, in the review of this information. I just want to note that there are no active or mapped faults or seismic hazards at the site. And the primary hazards that we talk about in the proposed order are non-seismic, which relate to soil impacts, and then these are discussed further in the subsequent slides. Underneath this standard, the department recommends structural standards 1 through 4, which, as noted under the general standard of review, this includes mandatory conditions that relate to this standard as well. The applicant's geotechnical and geological consultant, Cornforth Consultants, prepared a preliminary geotechnical and geological summary report, which is included as attachment 1 to Exhibit H. And underneath recommended structural standard 1, the department recommends, and this is typical in most site certificates, that a site-specific geotechnical report be conducted, and there's standards that report must adhere to. And it would include conducting borings and subsequent information from those borings, and that there be foundation-specific investigations appropriate for the structures that would need foundations, such as the substation. And then there would also be soil and rock laboratory tests and soil and rock classification. And the applicant proposes to use the results from this site-specific geotechnical report to refine its soil protection and erosion control measures, which is discussed later on under the soil protection condition 1. And I believe this is my last slide on the structural standard. Okay, I'm going to move forward.
Yes, please.
The soil protection standard requires the council to find that taking into account mitigation, the design, construction, and operation of a facility is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to soils. The applicant's assessment of potential impacts to soils and compliance with the soil protection standard are included in the application Exhibit I. However, the department also pulls and synthesizes, and it's also soils are discussed further in the proposed order under other sections, and in the application in Exhibit G, which has information on materials, and K, which has information about land use. The map here shows these soil map units within the site boundary and identifies the soil types. These soils identified within the site boundary, which is important, are designated as the highest ranking for susceptibility for wind erosion. The department recommends soil conditions 1 and 2 be imposed to meet this standard. So construction and operation activities that would impact soils would be from grading that would happen for access roads and facility components such as the O&M buildings, substations, the collector substations, the step-up substation, battery storage system, and the inverter and transformer units associated with the solar modules. Other potential impacts include erosion from wind and water, accidental chemical spills, noxious weed infestation, or revegetation failure. Mitigation and best management practices, or BMPs, specific to soils include the applicant's pollutant discharge elimination system, or NIPDES 1200C permit application, which includes the erosion and sediment control plan, or ESCP. Under recommended soil protection condition 1, this requires the results, as I noted under the structural standard, that the results of the site-specific geotechnical work be included to update any of these mitigation measures to minimize impacts to soils. Additionally, to minimize and control dust from wind erosion generated during construction, the applicant proposes to implement a dust abatement and management plan, which is recommended underneath the Public Services Standard. And this plan would require the implementation of stabilization measures, dust control through daily continuous watering using water trucks, and notification procedures for issues with dust. And I do want to note here that, do I want to note this? Yes. That this is also related to one of the contested case issues that Jesse's going to talk about later. So a spill management plan is attached as to the proposed order as I-2. The spill management plan describes material handling and management procedures, training requirements, and response procedures, and reporting requirements for both construction and operation of the facility. And it also includes language to serve as the spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plan, or SPCC. Under the soil protection condition 2, the department recommends that regardless of whether or not an SPCC plan is federally required, that in order to implement the applicant's proposed spill management and hazardous substance program, that be included and provided as part of the condition. And that is it for soil protection. Again, Jesse's going to be talking more about this in his presentation.
Thank you.
The land use standard requires that council find that a proposed facility complies with the statewide planning goals adopted by the Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC. The council may find compliance with statewide planning goals if the council finds that a proposed facility complies with the applicable substantive criteria from the affected local government's acknowledged comprehensive plan and land use regulations that are required by the statewide planning goals and in effect on the date the application is submitted. In council's rules, this date application is submitted. It specifies that that is the date that the preliminary application is submitted, or the PASC. This is established as what we call the goal post for the land use criteria. So the PASC was received in September of 2018. The governing body is Lake County of Lake County is the Lake County Board of Commissioners, which council appointed as the special advisory group for this review. Under the land use standard, the department recommends conditions 1 through 7 to meet the standard. So the proposed facility would be located on agricultural use A2 zone land in Lake County under the Lake County zoning ordinance, which is LCZO, which is kind of a tongue twister for me, but that's okay. Section 3.01, the agricultural use zone. The purpose of the A2 zone is to preserve grazing and other agricultural land. The A2 zone is considered as a qualifying exclusive farm use, EFU, zone by LCDC. Therefore, it's subject to the provisions of OAR, the Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 33, which specifically apply to these EFU zoned lands. Table 2 here that I have on my screen it is the applicable substantive criteria identified by the applicant. So I'm going to just note a couple items about LCZO section 2419. This is also related to contested case issue 2, which Jesse will expand on in his presentation. The proposed order evaluates the LCZO section 2419B, which requires that within an A2 or A1 or A2 zone, non-farm uses would not demonstrate serious interference with or significant increase in the cost of accepted farming practices as defined in ORS 215-203 sub 2 sub C on adjacent lands devoted to farm use. The underlying landowner of over 2,700 acres of the facility site commented on the record of the DPO that the lands are not feasible for establishing a commercial agricultural operation because of the poor soil quality and inability to get a water right. He also explained that he had attempted to use the land for grazing, but that was not a viable use for the land. So we had mentioned soils previously. Soils within the site boundary are classified by the Natural Resource Conservation Services, or NRCS, as classification 6, which fall into the definition of non-arable soils or land, which is considered by LCDC definitions to be not suitable for cultivation. Under OAR 660-33-0130 sub 38J, this restricts solar PV generating facility from using, occupying, or covering more than 320 acres of non-arable land. This facility, as we are aware, would occupy or cover over 3,900 acres of non-arable land and therefore would not comply with this acreage threshold. OAR 660-33-130-38 sub K outlines that an exception of the acreage threshold may be taken under ORS 197-732 and Chapter 660 of Division 4. As evaluated in the proposed order, the applicant requests that council take an exception to the acreage threshold based on a reasons exception, which council is familiar hearing about and discussing. The state policy embodied in goal 3 is the preservation and maintenance of agricultural land for farm use. So in order for the council to determine whether to grant an exception to a statewide planning goal, the applicant must provide reasons justifying why the state policy embodied in the goal 3 should not apply. And then there's also other criteria that is evaluated and looked at by council as well. The applicant identifies that accepted farming practices on surrounding lands include irrigated agriculture and grazing and ranching activities. This is also related to contested case issue 4. So Jesse will get into this in more detail. I just wanted to note that in the proposed order, the reasons that are evaluated are the minimal impacts to agriculture and the local economic benefits reason. Under the local economic benefits reason, the proposed order explains that as identified by the applicant, local economic benefits would be realized by the underlying lease payments to landowners, the creation of the construction jobs, community service fees paid to Lake County through a strategic investment program, or SIP. Under this SIP agreement, the applicant maintains that they would pay $2,000 per megawatt annually for 15 years. Additionally, the applicant also commits to remitting payment of $10,000 per megawatt to the North County or North Lake County School District Foundation, totaling up to $4 million. And these are recommended under land use condition 7. As noted, there are other criteria that are evaluated for the goal exception that Jesse will touch on later. But council, if council has questions or one, that's a lot. That actually is my conclusion for land use, which there's a lot in there, but a lot will be discussed later. But does council have any questions?
Any questions for Kellen?
Chair Guerrero, this is Kent. I don't have a question, but I have a kind of a little statement here I think I'd like to make. I think it's an appropriate time, especially after just the discussion on under land use. I had a long career in land use, and what I saw over time was how much more litigious things got. And so I think it's appropriate to make this comment that as litigious as these siting applications are becoming, and as comprehensive and complex as the application requirements are, it's incumbent upon the applicants to provide complete, thorough, and detailed information, facts, and reasoning so that we can make robust findings of fact and conclusions of law that will withstand challenges. The burden of proof's on the applicant. So this is a plea, do your homework. Many of the land use standards are not clear and objective. They're not quantitative, but they're qualitative. And so don't provide conclusory arguments, but give us the detailed facts and reasoning on how the applicable standards are met. So just a heads up to future applicants, up your game. Thanks.
Thank you, Kent.
Good feedback. Thank you, Councilmember Howe.
Marcy, this is Hanley.
Yes, Hanley.
And I'll follow Kent's comment, but I'll do it when we talk about the contested case. I have similar comments as Kent's, maybe a little bit more concerning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. Other comments on land use? Okay, moving forward. The council's protected area standard. Protected areas in under council standard is they're kind of designated or listed as certain types of areas that are considered protected areas. I have a map here on the screen that shows the identified protected areas within the analysis area, which is 20 miles in this kind of tan color. The proposed facility is kind of right here located in the center. Table 3 over here is pulled from the proposed order and identifies the protected area and the distance from the site boundary. So the two closest protected areas are this Devil's Garden lava bed, which includes the Eric's Cave, and Conley Hills ACEC/RNA. An ACEC is an area of critical environmental concern, and an RNA is a research natural area. So that's what those abbreviations mean. Based on the review of the applicant's viewshed analysis and the assessment presented in the proposed order, the department recommends that council find the proposed facility would not cause significant adverse visual impact to any of the protected areas in the analysis area. Further, underneath the scenic resources standard, which we'll get to here in a bit, the applicant describes and the department recommends that council require the implementation of measures that would minimize the visual impacts caused by the facility, which are using earth-toned colors on buildings and structures, and shielding light so it's directed downward, and managing fugitive dust during facility construction. Underneath the protected area standard, there are no conditions recommended. This is the only slide I have for protected areas. Moving forward.
Thank you.
The Retirement and Financial Assurance Standard requires a finding that the proposed facility can be restored to a useful non-hazardous condition at the end of the facility's life. Should either the applicant stop construction or the facility cease to operate. The standard also requires that an applicant obtain a bond or letter of credit in the form and amount satisfactory to the council to restore the site to that useful non-hazardous condition. Underneath this standard, the department recommends retirement conditions 1 through 5, which also includes mandatory conditions, which I noted earlier, that relate to retirement of the facility. So decommissioning of the decommissioning activities, generally, it's kind of like the reverse of construction, or if you were looking in the proposed order under the description of the facility, so the solar PV generating equipment and the relating or supporting facilities, which include that transmission line, access roads, the O&M buildings, substations, all of those, it's kind of think of it in reverse. Everything that went into building those now needs to be undone. So it involves site mobilization, electrical disconnection and dismantling work, above ground structure removal, which includes foundation removal, road and site restoration, revegetation, and hauling on and off site with disposal. So the proposed order explains that, and as noted earlier, the facility is located in agricultural use zone. It's also within ODF&W's mapped big game winter range habitat. So big game winter range, usually what we talk about here are elk, and that's considered category 2 habitat. But in retirement and financial assurance condition 2, which imposes a mandatory condition, the department notes, or it requires at the time of facility retirement, which is represented as 30 or more years in the future, a retirement and decommissioning plan would have to be reviewed and approved by council. And that plan would essentially finalize the retirement and restoration requirements, which would include establishing the conditions that constitute compliance with this standard. So what it means is that in the future, because as we are aware that land use changes, and so essentially the framing of this condition is to not necessarily say that all retirement should be targeted or to make it back to category 2 or to agricultural use, but in the future, based on in the retirement plan, council and the applicant would be able to determine what would be appropriate to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition, and what the definition of that would be in the future.
And thank you for that. And I'll just go on the record and say that we've talked a lot about retirement and financial assurance lately over the last several meetings. So I would hope that folks understand and recognize where this council is on that topic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And then recommend retirement and financial assurance conditions 1 through 3 are the other mandatory conditions that relate to decommissioning the facility. Recommended retirement and financial assurance condition 5 requires basically this is the amount that council is determining to be adequate to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. And this is the amount that would appear in the bond or letter of credit. That total is $28.8 million. Part of that total, or what's included in that total, is the department recommends that council apply a 10% future development contingency for solar facility components. And this is based on the availability of historic decommissioning data and institutional knowledge of other solar facilities. And then the department also recommends that council apply a 20% contingency for the battery system components And this is due to just uncertainty of the environmental regulations, where currently those really are focused around the transportation and handling of battery storage requirements, but to contemplate future uncertainty of what that may look like, the department is recommending that there be a 20% contingency for that. Okay, so the ability of the applicant to obtain a bond or a letter of credit. There's also recommended retirement financial assurance condition 4 is the mandatory condition that requires the bond or letter of credit in a form and amount satisfactory to the council. And to demonstrate its ability to receive an adequate bond or letter of credit, the applicant provides a letter from Heffernan Insurance Brokers, which states that they're confident that the applicant would be able to obtain that decommissioning bond.
Kellen?
Councilmember Condon, yes.
Thank you. Just a question with respect to this, and I understand that construction can't be started until the actual bond is issued. And as I expressed before, I have concerns about this letter. And if I'm reading this correctly, so we have a letter from Heffernan Insurance, as you indicated, but Heffernan Insurance is not a financial institution that's pre-approved by the council or that the department is not familiar with. So what's the basis for the comfort, I guess, from Heffernan? I mean, to me, a letter might indicate that they've done more analysis of the financial health and strength of the organization. But given that they're not on our list and we don't have experience with them, what's the basis for our accepting a letter from them for comfort?
Well, I think it's a derivative of what we're using with the existing rules. And I'll Secretary Cornett and Sarah Esterson can pop in here. But as really I don't believe, I don't have the rule in front of me, but I don't believe that the existing rule requires that these, comfort letters or this letter be on the council's pre-approval list. And it doesn't necessarily designate criteria that must be met to demonstrate this. I don't know if Todd and Sarah want to supplement it. So really what is in here is what was provided, and understanding that the backstop is that the facility cannot be constructed without that bond being issued, and it can't be operated without the bond being updated and adjusted for inflation and maintained throughout the life of the facility. There's also other are they mandatory conditions or site-specific conditions? There's also other conditions that when read, and again, I don't have that in front of me, but they also function as a backstop of what provides the council the authority to intervene and regulate retirement activities.
Okay, thank you. For me, I guess this just appears as a bit of veneer. So anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess it's hard because at this time for what what the criteria that the rules provide, I guess there's just not that's
Yeah,
this is sufficient.
Understood. I was just, and maybe I hadn't read thoroughly enough. When I read that they are not an approved financial institution and not known to us, what's the basis for accepting it? So thank you. You certainly answered that.
Any other questions on retirement? Oh, I did want to note the $28.8 million. This is based off of a decommissioning estimate, which again, kind of like is the reverse of how, of like decommissioning each of the facility components. So it gets into this pretty detailed table slash spreadsheet. And this is just as a reminder, kind of going back in the procedural history, the department deemed the application complete. And then when drafting the draft proposed order, we actually needed some additional information. So what is, part of the record is the application, the complete application, and also this supplemental information, which did include some additional details relating to retirement, which is reflected in that 28.8 and in the table, the breakdown of those activities and decommissioning, the decommissioning facility components. So that's what's, that is where the number came from. Okay, moving on to the Council's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. Let me check my time here. Okay, so the Council's Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard requires that the council find that the design, construction, and operation of the facility is consistent with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, or ODF&W's, habitat mitigation goals and standards. ODF&W's rule creates requirements to mitigate impacts to fish and wildlife habitat based on the quantity and the quality of that habitat, as well as the nature, extent, and duration of the potential impacts to that habitat. Underneath this standard, the department recommends conditions 1 through 11 to meet this standard. The map here I have up shows permanent and temporary impacts. You're like, okay, I see the permanent, it's yellow, and then it says temporary and it's this blue, and you're like, where is that? It is related to this transmission line, and you'll see in my next table I do have a breakout of the permanent and temporary impacts from the facility, whereas the temporary impacts are minimal. That's because the applicant is basically representing that everything within the site boundary, aside from avoidance areas, should be considered, treated as, and mitigated as such as a permanent impact. So I noted on this earlier in that one of those very first slides, you see these areas where there is no yellow. These areas correspond with these sand dunes. I'm going to call them sand dunes. There's also a little nugget right here, which these are areas that are specific habitat for pygmy rabbits and pygmy rabbit burrows. So based on preliminary surveys, these areas were represented as avoidance areas. Now later on, because pygmy rabbits, they don't move a whole bunch, but they do move some, and so the final siting and location and final impacts of final permanent impacts would be determined on surveys and pygmy rabbit locations on the ground. This is also important because this also overlaps when we get to the Council's Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resources Standard. So the applicant's consultant, Ecology and the Environment, or E&E, they conducted field-based surveys and they conducted them consistent with methodologies that are provided in as attachment 1 to Exhibit P, which has information about fish and wildlife habitat. The habitat assessment also included raptor nest surveys that were also conducted with E&E ecologists. The habitat types and categories in the analysis area include ODF&W's big game winter range category 2 habitat and category 6 habitat, which is considered developed or agricultural lands. This table 5, as I had noted, includes a breakout of permanent and temporary impacts under which habitat category. So here we're really showing that this is vast majority is it's category 2 because it's big game, which are mule deer and elk winter range. Also of note that the pygmy rabbits presence would also make it category 2 habitat. The applicant proposes to mitigate temporary impacts through revegetation and noxious weed control. Of note here is that the applicant voluntarily proposes to revegetate in accordance with prescribed success criteria the areas within the proposed site boundary following construction, even though these areas are considered to be a permanent disturbance resulting from the displacement or the placement of the perimeter fencing, which would exclude wildlife species. The department recommends council impose recommended Fish and Wildlife Habitat Condition 1 to ensure that the revegetation plan is finalized and that prior to construction and that it's implemented during construction and operation. And then it also, the condition also includes coordination with the Lake County Weed Control Supervisor and ODF&W. So the applicant proposes what's common to meet ODF&W's mitigation policy of evaluating and mitigating impacts to habitat quality and quantity, and council's familiar with mitigation ratios, which are not designated specifically in ODF&W's rules. But the applicant proposes a mitigation ratio of 1.2 to 1, which, given the large acreage impacts of the permanent impacts within the site boundary, so the mitigation acreage totaling 4,300 acres for approximately, or the mitigation totaling 4,300 acres for approximately 3,587 of acres permanently impacted. This equates to 717 additional acres to meet the net benefit in quantity, in the quantity mitigation goal component. So sites secured for habitat mitigation containing high quality habitat, such as the ones that are proposed by the applicant, these have fewer opportunities for habitat uplift and enhancement to meet the Category 2 habitat quality mitigation goals. ODF&W recommends that mitigation sites with a higher quality habitat should be evaluated differently than mitigation sites with lower quality habitat. This is because lower quality habitat sites, where initially there's maybe there's not great habitat value, once it's improved, those improvements would increase the carrying capacity of an underused area, providing for the habitat loss associated with the facility development. This is compared to higher quality habitat mitigation sites, where there is essentially fewer enhancement options available, resulting in the limited opportunities for habitat quality improvements. Now, the proposed order provides this discussion because the acreage selected for the mitigation sites proposed by the applicant generally have a good habitat value. The applicant says there's not particularly weeds of concern. However, the applicant says or represents that it's the mitigation of what improves the quality is the deployment and implementation of a juniper removal program, which includes success criteria that would help all parties involved understand what they're working towards, and they also have weed management measures. The proposed order discusses the reliability of the proposed juniper treatment program, and that there is, based on studies, that it is considered a viable program to improve habitat. And the Habitat Mitigation Plan, or HMP, which is recommended under Fish and Wildlife Habitat Condition 2, it also includes long-term weed management at these what are called working lands. It's the Working Lands Improvement Program, or WLIP. I'm going to discuss this more on the next slide. but these would be, this would be done in coordination with ODF&W, Lake County Weed Control Supervisor, and the Lake County Cooperative Weed Area. So based on the review by ODF and done with ODF&W, the department recommends that council find that the mitigation sites contain a sufficient amount of area for the potential juniper treatment and long-term weed control, and this would meet the category 2 habitat quality goals. Based on the complexity of the HMP, including the scope and scale, the department recommends that council establish in the HMP an ongoing agency coordination process, which requires pre-construction consultation with the department and ODF&W, the designation of the schedule of activities that would be implemented in the upcoming years, and regular consultation that's associated with that. It was kind of a lot. Does that conceptually make sense? Or practically? Okay, thank you. So in the HMP, it describes this WLIP agreement. So the purpose of the WLIP is to ensure that there's no net loss in quality or quantity of habitat for the life of the facility, and that there's a net benefit of habitat quality for the life of the facility. The WLIP mitigation sites would be secured with a legally binding agreement, which is included as an attachment to the HMP. So these agreements, I have a little snippet here of the recitals. They include several terms, some of which include that the term of the agreement is the life of the facility, that the terms of the agreement would be binding upon the landowner, their heirs or successors, and would run with the land if the property is sold. It designates permitted activities, and it also designates prohibited activities for these mitigation sites. It also requires the completion of baseline inventory to show existing development on the properties. And it's important to note that it's interesting because the HMP is attached to the WLIP agreement, which kind of right now, what's in front of council is council has, and the applicant will have to comply with the HMP, which attached to the HMP is the WLIP agreement. But then when this all gets implemented, the applicant or certificate holder, they're going to be executing this WLIP agreement with landowners for these mitigation sites. So we now, can everybody hear me okay? Okay, thank you. I thought it froze a little bit. So at that point where the applicant is executing these with landowners, we leave council, right? So we're now out of council because this is a separate legal agreement in between these separate entities. So, but as part of that agreement over there between these two entities, council's HMP that the certificate holder has to comply with is attached to that agreement, that WLIP agreement over here that is executed in between a landowner and the applicant. Does that make sense? So we're like double attaching here. It's very circular. And that is what I had to say. Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Condon.
So Kellen, just a question. So does the department keep on file the working lands agreements?
I believe that is the final. I believe, and maybe Sarah could pull up the condition or remind me, but I believe that we do have the submission of the final executed agreements, that they be submitted to the department. It's also, it also is important to know why, like, when I view it as like this being executed in between two parties over here, is that it essentially functions. It's like a conservation easement. It functions as a lien on the property. It travels with the deed. So the property gets sold. All of this information kind of gets bundled and sent with it. So it's, yes.
Okay,
Sarah, can you confirm if we get the final executed W agreements submitted?
Yeah, yes, it's a it would be a pre-construction element of satisfying the plan in the finalization of that plan.
thank you.
Cool. Good, thank you. Any questions or comments on fish and wildlife habitat?
No.
Let's see. Council's threatened and endangered species standard. This is pretty short, based on the applicant's literature review that was confirmed, reviewed and confirmed by ODF&W and the Oregon Department of Agriculture. Suitable habitat for state listed threatened and endangered species was not identified within the analysis area. Therefore, the department recommends that the standard is met and there are no conditions recommended underneath this standard. Does council have any questions?
No questions.
The scenic resources standard requires the finding that the visibility of proposed facility structures or vegetation loss and landscape alterations would not cause a significant adverse impact to scenic resources and values identified as significant or important in local land use plans, tribal management plans, or federal management plans. Here in the table provided is a list of some of the plans that were reviewed and the scenic resources that were identified were Table Rock area of critical environmental concern and 2 scenic byways. In the evaluation in the proposed order, the department recommends that council find that visual impacts from the landscape alteration and facility structures associated with construction and operation would not result in significant adverse impacts to these resources that were identified as significant or important. However, the applicant does propose measures, as I highlighted before, under protected areas that would reduce the visual impacts to scenic resources. The department recommends these measures under scenic resources condition 1, in which that facility structures like the O&M building and substation would be used as earth tone colors or in a way that blends in the current landscape. This would also apply to the battery storage enclosures. That facility lighted be shielded and directed downward to the minimum necessary for construction, operation, safety, and security. And this also applies to reducing potential visual impacts underneath the recreation standard as well as protected areas. That's all I had on scenic resources. The council's historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard under sub 1 of this standard, the council must find that the construction and operation of the facility, taking into account mitigation, are not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to historic, cultural, or archaeological resources that have been listed on or would likely be listed on the National Register of Historic Places, or the NRHP. Sub B are covers under council's jurisdiction and review under the standard for facilities on private lands. It would cover archaeological objects and archaeological sites as defined in SHPO's statutes. SHPO is the Oregon State Historic Preservation Office. And under C for facility on public lands, it would cover archaeological sites. Do want to note that the facility site boundary includes lands that are privately owned. And also there's a couple parcels that are owned by the Oregon Department of State Lands, or DSL. Under this standard, the department recommends 2 conditions, which I will note on in my presentation. In the applicant's desktop review and from the on-site pedestrian surveys that were conducted in collaboration with the Klamath tribes, the applicant identified 7 prehistoric sites treated as eligible for the NRHP, 22 prehistoric sites treated as potentially eligible, and 69 prehistoric sites treated as not eligible for listing on the NRHP. These preliminary recommendations were subsequently replaced to treat all of these sites and isolates as part of an archaeological district. So there's archaeological sites, which just kind of high level explaining it. We have archaeological sites, which are made up of a grouping or related amount of archaeological objects or isolates, but an isolate is, kind of a smaller, unrelated potential archaeological resource on the landscape. So all of these and were essentially treated as a archaeological district. That was an outcome of the work that the department did in conjunction with SHPO and the applicant's early and ongoing coordination with the affected tribes, which primarily included the Klamath tribes and the Burns Paiute tribe. Aside from the above ground historic resources, which there were a couple historic resources, which ultimately, I believe SHPO concurred that they were not eligible on the NRHP. The archaeological resources identified in this district were all classified as prehistoric archaeological resources representing the ancestors of modern tribes. So essentially they were all considered tribal resources. So the result of coordination between the applicant, SHPO, the Klamath and Burns Paiute tribes, and the department was a memorandum of agreement between SHPO and the applicant, which was codified in this archaeological testing and excavation methodologies plan, which is attached as S1 to the proposed order. This plan defines archaeological testing and excavation methods which provide avoidance, minimization, monitoring for impacts to archaeological sites, and mitigation measures to catalog archaeological isolates and artifacts. This plan was executed between the applicant and SHPO and reflects agreements that the applicant came to with the affected tribes. On that note, we also, and as footnoted and discussed further in the proposed order, is that the Klamath tribes, provided comment essentially that they came to an agreement with the applicant, which is reflected in the avoidance areas, monitoring and mitigation, and that the standard, in their opinion, would be met, the council standard. The applicant also proposes avoidance, minimization, mitigation, and monitoring measures proposed that is outlined in a cultural mitigation and monitoring plan, or a CMMP. This is included as attachment S3 to the proposed order. The CMMP includes applicant represented measures, again, to avoid impacts, as I pointed out, in that, if council has it in their mind's eye, of those avoidance areas, of those dune areas that were common for pygmy rabbits, or where pygmy rabbit colonies were found. These are also common areas where tribal ancestral resources were found or may be prevalent or present. So the CMMP has measures that avoid these resources and that also reduce impacts to these prehistoric archaeological resources, such as revising the facility layout to avoid impacts to sensitive areas, as I noted. This also includes the inadvertent discovery plan, which is an IDP. Inadvertent discovery plans are pretty typical in their structure and their content of what they lay out and provide procedures and contacts that relate to sensitive resources, and particularly if there's human remains that are found on site. To verify that construction activities prior to and during construction are conducted consistent with this archaeological testing and excavation methodologies plan, and that the avoidance measures around sensitive areas are completed, the department recommends historic culture and archaeological resource condition 1. Okay, I'm going to move, still on historic, but I'm going to move on to the next one. because this is interesting. So as we noted, right, as we noted, there were these archaeological sites and objects, and subsequently the entire site is being treated as an archaeological district. But because the applicant intends to conduct work within an area of known archaeological objects and sites, this is a trigger or a box that's checked that requires that archaeological permits that are issued by SHPO, that those would need to be obtained. Now, this is a state permit that applies and could be within council's jurisdiction if the applicant requests it to be such. And so Obsidian Solar requested that these SHPO archaeological permits be included and governed by the site certificate. So, let me find my place here. So, through the application process, the department and SHPO and the applicant coordinated to get these applications for the permits completed, and that they were conducted in accordance to SHPO's procedures, which went out to affected parties for comments, and that information was provided back. And so these permits also were attached to the draft proposed order for additional commenting on any of those conditions, because functionally a permit and any conditions for a permit, another state permit that's under the council's jurisdiction, those conditions function as a site certificate condition. So, so these permits are also attached to the proposed order now, and because these permits are under council's jurisdiction, the effective date of these permits were normally if a developer were just to get them directly with SHPO. When SHPO issued them, they would have a date which begins their expiration process or for when they apply, but because this is council's decision, the dates and signatures are blank on those permits as attached to the proposed order. And the dates will be filled in based on the date of the council final decision, which is consistent with that general standard of review condition 1. So, so after final, if there's affirmative decision, that would kind of be the start date, with the whole intent that these permits are executed or dated, signed, and begin, and then they go over to the applicant so that the applicant is conducting any ground disturbing activities consistent with the permits. And that is what I have for the historic, cultural, and archaeological resources standard. Are there comments or questions?
Ms. Stardyweather, this is Perry Chalktooth.
Hi, Councilmember Chalktooth.
I'd like to give the council a little bit of background on the area and of the permitting process. Anytime that a cultural site is going to be impacted by a project, you have to apply for a permit through the State Historical Preservation Office. The area out there has a huge history, with Luther Cressman finding 75 sets of sandals that average about 9,000 years apiece at Fort Rock. And then just a short jaunt from there is the Paisley Cave. It's one of the oldest areas for DNA evidence of man on the North and South American continent. We work with them on cultural resource surveys out there. And the dunes, it is a prime place to bury our deceased ancestors. Back in the day, it was a lake. And as the lake started to recede 10,000 years ago, the only places where there were actual dirt to put our people in were those dunes. And there are areas real close to the project area where the dunes are part of our traditional burial grounds. And so we worked with project proponent to identify these areas. It is very significant. We worked with the University of Oregon to do site surveys out there and to evaluate it for cultural resources. And so the area is very significant to several tribes: Warm Springs, Burns, and us. And so we spent a little time out there, and it is a very, very special place. So thank you for the opportunity to give you a little bit of background on it.
Thank you for sharing that, Perry.
Informative. Absolutely. The council's recreation standard evaluates the importance of recreational opportunities and is assessed based on 5 factors outlined in the standard, which include whether or not there's any special designations or management of the location, the degree of demand, any outstanding or unusual qualities, and the availability or rareness and the irreplaceability of the recreational opportunity. The application exhibit T, in that the applicant characterizes one recreational opportunity as important, which is the Devil's Garden lava bed, and one recreational opportunity, Conley Hills, as not important. As you can see here, this is table 7 kind of provides an evaluation of how they got to that point. The department evaluates how the applicant evaluated these factors in the proposed order as well, and concurs with the applicant's conclusion related to these opportunities and recommend that council find the same. So the department did evaluate the potential direct and indirect losses of recreational opportunities, which could include the potential impacts from noise during construction and operation, traffic impacts, and visual impacts. Based on the analysis in the proposed order, the department recommends council find that the proposed facility would not cause a significant adverse visual impact to the Devil's Garden lava bed. And then there's no conditions that are recommended underneath this standard. Are there any questions?
No questions.
Okay. So the council's public service standard requires the council to find that the proposed facility is not likely to cause a significant adverse impact of the ability of public and private service providers, and the public and private service providers that are evaluated underneath this standard are suppliers of sewer and sewage treatment, water, stormwater drainage, solid waste management, housing, traffic safety, police and fire protection, healthcare, and schools. And each one of those are broken out in the proposed order. Today, underneath this standard, I'm going to talk about traffic impacts or impacts from traffic to public service providers and fire protection providers. I do want to note that impacts to roads, water, and emergency public services is related to contested case issue number 7, which Jesse's going to cover more here shortly. I'm going to I don't include a discussion of impacts to water service providers here under public services, but at the latter part of my presentation, I will just kind of loop back around on this. So the department recommends 4 conditions underneath the public services standard. Important assumptions that the applicant provided and that were evaluated in the proposed order for the evaluation under public services and elsewhere in the proposed order are that the applicant represents that construction would take approximately 24 months. It could also be a phased construction, but that at peak construction, there would be up to 150 workers on site. So of those 150 workers, about 50 construction workers would reside temporarily within the analysis area. And then the other 100 approximately would likely be traveling from outside the analysis area. So they would be commuting from areas like Lapine and Bend. And this is important because that takes into consideration like how much traffic is generated from construction of the facility. And then during operation, the applicant maintains that about 6 to 10 permanent maintenance personnel would be hired to work at the facility. So the map here shows our facility site. and the primarily county roads that that are around the facility site. Table 8 in the proposed order, which is on page 152, provides roadway network characteristics of the proposed access route. So this table was generated primarily from Lake County's transportation system plan, which designates importantly the road conditions and usage for the roads surrounding the facility. And then table 9 in the proposed order outlines the expected trip generation during peak construction, which is about 400 round trips. Now that includes the workers that are commuting to and from the site, and also deliveries of equipment and also water trucks. So impacts to traffic service providers, which who are traffic service providers, it could be like the public road department and say law enforcement for an increased amount of traffic. So impacts to those providers associated with construction of the facility could include, or impacts to them could include an increased amount of fugitive dust and just a general increase in traffic. Dust generated from construction activities and vehicles may be aggravated where existing conditions, I'm going to start that over again. So the dust generated from construction of the facility could aggravate already dusty conditions, which are indicated and discussed in the proposed order, that existing on-site conditions during high winds, that visibility is decreased due to dust. So construction could aggravate that, which could impact traffic service providers. And this is particularly of note on Oil Dry Road. Here, this road. The applicant maintains that they would water roads for dust suppression, especially during dry months. The applicant also commits to best management practices, or BMPs, outlined in a dust abatement and management control plan, which is attached to the proposed order as attachment U2. Some of these BMPs include employing designated fugitive dust coordinator, and also has speed limits and other measures to minimize dust issues associated with construction. And do want to note that this is related to contested case issues. So Jesse is going to talk about this more later. Is that? Oh, no, I'm still going. Okay. So based on the information and applicant representations provided in the application, the department compiled together a draft traffic management plan, which is attached as U2 to the proposed order. In this plan, the applicant represents that it would pay for and install a permanent new traffic sign or signs at the intersection of Fort Rock Road and County Road 512. This was identified early as a potential problem intersection. So the applicant worked with the county and presents a traffic assessment, which includes the layout and additional traffic signage that would mitigate potential additional impacts from construction operation, particularly at this intersection. So the traffic management plan includes that, and then recommended public services condition 3 also it includes that representation as well. The traffic management plan also requires the execution of a road use agreement or funding to ensure that damage or wear to roads caused by facility construction would be repaired by the applicant. And then the traffic management plan is another place where there's BMPs to reduce fugitive dust. And that is, let's see, what is on my shirt? Let me skip forward to make sure. No, okay, direct badges. Okay, well that was traffic. So are there any, I'm going to move on to fire. So was there any comments about traffic? Okay. So The Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District, I'm just going to call them the fire district, Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District is located within the analysis area for the council's review. However, in a letter from the fire district, they state that the location of the current site boundary is actually not within the jurisdiction of that fire district. So the letter indicates that the applicant can request to annex the location of the facility into their service area. However, the applicant isn't representing that they would do that, but the fire district does indicate that if there was a structural fire within the site boundary, that they may respond, but it would be on a voluntary basis. They also indicate that in the event of a brush fire or wildland fire, that the Bureau of Land Management, or BLM, and the High Desert Rangeland Fire Protection Association, or RFPA, would likely respond in conjunction with the fire district. So the RFPA, which is the Rangeland Fire Protection Association, is a nonprofit volunteer organization that's governed and directed by its members and managed by a board of directors that services the location of the facility. The applicant anticipates applying for membership in the RFPA and to make an appropriate donation, to which the RFPA would then work with the applicant to locate fire suppression equipment at the proposed facility site. The applicant also addresses other measures to minimize potential impacts from fires, which the department also compiled into a draft fire protection and emergency response plan. Attached to the proposed order is attachment U3 to ensure that the applicant implements the measures to minimize impacts to fire and law enforcement. The department recommends council impose public services condition 4, which would require the items that I've bulleted here on the screen. And that concludes what I've selected under public services to go over.
Kellen, this is Marcy, and I just
Yes.
again say that obviously wildfires continue to be something that the public and legislators and regulators and everybody under the sun is aware of in this state. So I think that's something that people just have a high sensitivity to.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, I'm just kind of, we're getting there. I'm a little over in my time, so I'm just going to kind of lickety split here. However, we can totally stop and go back at any point in time if council has any other questions or wants to go back. Waste minimization is pretty
Kellen,
self-explanatory.
before you go on to waste minimization, this is
Yes.
Hanley.
Sure. Yes.
So I see that the applicant does not intend to join the rural fire district. We do have structures. I'm not as worried about the panels as I am about the operation and maintenance buildings. And so I'm kind of surprised that there's no willingness on the part of the applicant to annex into the rural fire district. I realize that there's taxes associated with that, but does seem that it's important that there be some kind of fire protection associated with those. Is there some other provision for fire protection for the maintenance buildings?
I would have to, and I don't know if Sarah has it open or can pop it open, but if we went into this, the attachment U3, which is the fire protection and emergency response plan, I believe that there are measures that the applicant represents of what equipment they would have on site during construction and operation. I don't off the top of my head know the details of the the equipment that would be at the O&M buildings during operation to address fires, but joining and working with the RFPA is that they basically participate as a member and have and share fire protection equipment on site. And I believe that we have details or examples of what some of that might be. I don't know, Sarah, do you have that in front of you, or does it have that level of detail? So I believe that over in that fire protection plan, that there are measures of fire control equipment that they would have on site. And then participation and membership in the RFPA means that they work in conjunction with the RFPA to make sure that there is fire protection equipment on site or that could be shared with other members that are in the area.
Yeah, I remember reading something about the fire district would have access to that equipment. But I guess my concern is that there's no obligation on the part of the district to provide structural fire protection, which they're responsible for, unless the project is annexed within their boundary.
Mhm.
And so, you know, they may or may not respond and they're not obligated to.
Now, this is Sarah, one of the requirements in the draft fire protection and emergency response plan is that the applicant would be obligated to provide evidence of its participation in the high desert RFPA or annexation, and include a copy of the agreement.
Okay, so this may not be accurate then in the DPO or in the final.
In the presentation.
Oh, yeah, and you have it right there. Mhm.
Is this something that we can, this is Marcy, is this something that we can confirm maybe later if needed?
I'm just trying to see, just 1 minute here. Let me look at my slide and maybe it's just how I represented it in my mouth words.
Grail, this is Kent, and picking up on what Councilor Jenkins is talking about there, I seem to recall that even though it may not be plausible or feasible to annex into the fire district, they could still contract for services.
Yeah.
And so maybe that could be a solution to provide the fire protection needed.
I think we're all on the same page. I think we see that there's potential for liability and risk, and I don't know that it feels like we're satisfied with the answer thus far.
This is Cindy, and I'm just on page 170 of attachment 3. I might be reading this wrong. But to me, that read that the department includes in the plan that the applicant either submits an application for annexation to the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District or becomes a lifetime member of the Rangeland Fire Protection Association to provide fire protection and response. So I guess I thought that was covered.
So are you reading from public service condition number 4?
I am reading from page 170, which is, sorry, I've just, it's the paragraph right before public services condition 4. Just in the discussion.
Mhm.
So the last couple sentences
Includes in the plan the applicant either submits
on
an
page, on line 25 of that page.
Yeah, submit an application for annexation, right? Or become, so that's all you can do is you can ask to be included. You can't force them. You can't force the district to accept them. So that's
Okay.
adequate. Cooperation with the local rural fire protection and emergency services. So yeah, I'm just concerned that the condition doesn't at least make them ask. So I guess that would be something that I would raise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, well, to me, it's they are going to participate in the RFPA and then may annex into the fire district.
Well, again, all they can do is ask to be included in the rural fire district, or as Kent says, contract. You can't, I don't think you can require them to be a member of the rural fire district, because that's up to the rural fire district to make that decision.
Yeah, don't want to.
And right now, what the condition says is, in cooperation with the local fire protection and emergency services. So, I don't think that's requiring them to ask.
But I think that requirement is in the plan that the condition is referring to.
Okay. I don't have that open, so, sorry.
That's what is on in front of the screen here. This is the attachment U3 that the department compiled based on the representations.
Oops.
So,
And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I don't believe the other agencies are responsible for structural fire. They're responsible for wildland fire. And so it's the rural fire district that's responsible for the structural fire protection. And I think that's why it's important that they play a role here. And
So if that last sentence, what was just on the screen, were included in if you go up, back a couple pages, the last sentence,
prior to construction.
the last sentence of a previous paragraph was saying that they must provide evidence. Just back up a little bit.
well, I guess in the proposed order or in the attachment.
No, in what you were just showing on your screen,
Okay.
the plan.
Yeah, I don't have the plan open.
And I don't either. That's why I'm.
Well, prior to construction. The
Yeah,
certificate.
that sentence. If that were
Well, but-
included in the.
Well, but the condition routes you, the condition says, do the plan. And then the plan, it has, so it's one of those situations where you could put it in the condition, but it becomes a redundant requirement.
And no, I don't think it has to be in the condition, but I am concerned that this says that it is it is participating in the rural fire district. And again, I think they can only ask.
Okay.
They have asked to participate. And here it's, the desert rural fire protection area or annex into the Christmas Valley rural fire protection area.
I think the idea is that right now it reads more like, this is Marcy, that it's an absolute that this can happen versus it's not guaranteed. And how do we capture that?
Well, I think you put the word request participation. Evidence of it requesting participation in the high desert rural fire protection area.
And that makes sense to me.
Must
But
provide
I
evidence of its request.
I think I'm accurate here. I might ask the other planners in the room, Kent and Todd. My experience is you can't force them to be in the rural fire district because it's not their decision. It's the rural fire district's decision.
Yeah, and that's my experience as well. This is Kent, but I also had the experience that if they requested for annexation into the district, but were unable to get that, they could still contract for services from that
Right.
district. And I think
correct.
that might be something that we want to add in here. They they request to annex into the RFPD or contract for services or request to participate in the RFPA.
Yes, sorry, I'm like, so we have a letter from the fire protection, or from Sarah, this is from the fire district, correct? But we don't have a comment letter from the RFPA, right? Right,
Yeah.
and the fire district basically says, yeah, you can annex. But the applicant isn't necessarily representing that they will do that. They're representing that they will. I think maybe what is missing here is just it is likely that coordination or like membership in the RFPA will happen, but it's not a guarantee, and it's kind of framed as a guarantee here.
But in a way, it isn't Councilor Jenkins' question about structural protection and the high desert RFPA is going to be more for wildfire and less for structural protection, whereas the RFPD would be the provider of services for structural.
Yeah, I don't have the boundary maps, but I assume the structures are in the Rural Fire Protection District. And I guess all I'm after is we probably need to go beyond coordination with local rural fire protection. Here's the keys to the truck.
Yep.
You want to drive it, go ahead. Well, I think we need more than that.
Kellen, do you think maybe we could table this and go back and evaluate the relevant information on the record and make sure council has everything they need to propose a potential change?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
If council's comfortable with that.
I appreciate that. This is Marcy, and I just want to say, I think these are the type of things that council should do, is have this kind of conversation. But I definitely think it would be great to allow you time to go back and assess or whatever, and then come back with us.
Okay, we will do that.
All right, thank you.
One other thing, this is Kent. It might be that some of the response from the what do I want to say here? The applicant, I guess, will do is maybe not wanting to annex to the district is because we're talking what 4,000 some acres, and that could be a big price tag to annex to the fire district, possibly. I don't know. Whereas the structural fire protection would be just a small portion of that area, and a contract for services with that fire district might be a lot, or something that they could entertain, as opposed to annexing the entire boundary of the
Project area. Yeah, so what you're recommending is that would be an or.
Yeah.
Derek,
Yeah, or a contract for structural protection.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that gets at, what my concern was.
is structural protection.
Yes.
Going to rely on Sarah to help me with these notes to address what I think maybe we want to be able to move forward, and I think that maybe we'll conclude this and council will proceed maybe through Jesse's presentation, and then maybe we can bring this back up, which means we would, I'm a little bit unsure let's just continue forward. Maybe Sarah can look at this, or maybe we just take a break before I move on to the next.
Why don't
step.
we, hey, Kellen, why don't we move forward? Because I think you can kind of conclude the rest of it relatively quickly. And then when we get to essentially the, straw poll on the material change, we can defer that either, before Jesse starts, if there's enough information, because we're going to need to take a break here pretty soon. Or if we need to, we can go through Jesse's presentation, and before the material change hearing, we can loop back to this.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. This is good feedback. Under the council's waste minimization standard, the council must find that the applicant would minimize the generation of solid waste, wastewater, and that waste would be managed, in which the department recommends waste minimization condition 1, which has measures for recycling, reusing, segregating materials from hazardous or non-hazardous, and collection of waste. Any comments on the waste minimization standard? Under the siting standards for transmission lines, this has a nexus with a mandatory condition listed or imposed underneath the general standard of review that requires the applicant to develop and implement a program that provides assurance that, fences, cattle guards, trailers, anything that could be inadvertently charged would be grounded. But to further reduce the risk of induced current and nuisance shocks, the department recommended siting standards for transmission line 1, which requires property owners within a half mile, I believe, 500 feet of the transmission line to be provided a map of potential safety issues with induced currents. This is the only standard that is, or condition that's recommended under the standard. Any questions? Under other applicable regulatory requirements, which has this nexus with the general standard of review, which requires the preponderance of evidence on the record supports that the applicant to demonstrate that they can meet the council standards, but also other applicable laws that apply to that would apply to the site certificate. Underneath this, and council's familiar that council reviews and offers decisions on the interpretation and compliance with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality's noise rules for industry and commerce. The DEQ does not administer or fund it in any involvement or implementation of its noise rules. However, they still are rules that are on the books that apply to council's facilities. So noise generated by a new industrial or commercial source located on a previously unused site, which is the applicant's considering this to be a previously unused commercial or previously unused site. So it's a new industrial commercial source. They must comply with 2 DEQ noise standards. And one is the maximum allowable noise standard, and then the other is the ambient noise degradation standard. Both of these standards represent allowable noise levels at real properties normally used for sleeping, and we refer to those as noise sensitive properties. The DEQ noise rules list exemptions. One of these exemptions specifically exempts noise caused by construction activities. So construction noise is not, or it's basically exempt from that maximum allowable and from the ambient degradation standard. So those standards don't apply to construction noise. And of note, there is often noise that's associated with construction. One of the noises that would be most apparent from construction is that they propose that they're going to use a pneumatic pile to kind of pound in the solar posts. And so this kind of could be a loud, repetitive sound associated with construction. So, but the evaluation provided here underneath the noise rules and the construction related noise evaluation in the proposed order is also relied upon under the recreational resources standard and protected areas, where construction noise associated with the construction and operation of the facility is also included in that valuation. So based on the applicant representations, the department recommends council impose recommended noise condition 1, which would reduce the potential impacts associated with noise construction. And this provides a noise complaint response system, which includes notification to nearby residents of certain construction activities, locating noise generating equipment away from residences, and the time restrictions for the use of that pneumatic tile. The ambient noise degradation standard associated with operational noise requires a demonstration that noise generated during operation must not cause the ambient hourly L10 and L50 noise levels at any noise sensitive property to exceed 10 dBA above the ambient noise levels. And this is the ambient is based on measurements from a particular location on a property to establish kind of a baseline for the ambient noise. So the applicant identified 17 noise sensitive properties by using aerial photographs and on-site inspections to determine what is a residential structure, so that it's not like a gear shed or something would not be considered a noise sensitive property because it would not be normally used for sleeping normally. Noise generating equipment that the applicant included in its noise assessment includes the solar array inverters and transformers, the substation transformers, and the battery system inverters and cooling systems. So this is all the noise generating equipment. I have a figure here that kind of has the sound levels radiating out here. This is the DA. This here has like the most noise would be generated from the substations, and then noise as it attenuates or moves outward reduces. So based upon the applicant's noise analysis and noise contour maps, the maximum increases in ambient noise levels from the proposed facility operation would not exceed 9 dBA. So therefore, the ambient noise degradation standard would not be exceeded, which is basically over 10. So, and so it would not be exceeded at any noise sensitive property during maximum operation and rainy conditions. So they would not exceed this standard. So, yes. Additionally, the applicant's noise modeling results show that noise generated during operation would not exceed the maximum allowable standard of 50 dBA at any noise sensitive property because the maximum statistical noise levels were modeled at 34 dBA, which is less than 50. So the maximum allowable standard would not be exceeded. To afford the department the ability to verify compliance with the DEQ noise rules, because under the ambient, it was at a 9, a dBA increase of 9. The department recommends noise condition 2, which required the submission of a summary noise report, which would basically present the sound power levels of the equipment that they actually select based on final design. That is what I have to say about the DEQ noise rules. And are there any questions? Okay. Other applicable regulatory requirements for this facility are the Oregon Removal Fill Law, which is administered by the Oregon Department of State Lands, or DSL. The proposed facility describes that there's 35 non-wetland playas, which are kind of these seasonally flooded lake areas that are within the site boundary. There's no wetlands or other waters of the state, but playas are considered waters of the state and subject to regulation by DSL. So the evaluation is whether or not a removal fill would be required. The applicant represents that only the solar module rack support posts would be installed in these playa areas, and that the estimated removal fill impact would be 14 cubic yards, which is less than 50 yards. And so there would not be a removal fill permit governed by the council at this time. And that's what I have for removal fill. Under the general standard of review, as we've made note, the council has to find that there is compliance with other statutes and administrative rules, which would also include the Oregon Water Resource Department rules that administer and cover water rights and water permits or water right transfers. And if there was a water permit, a water transfer, or a surface water permit, that permit would be included in the council's jurisdiction and governed by the site certificate. So the department recommends council, wait, is this my, okay, I do have this, okay, sorry. There's 2 conditions that the department recommends underneath this other applicable regulatory requirements. Water rights and water use are related to contested case issue 9. So Jesse is going to kind of dive into those more. I do provide a table here that is provided in the water rights section, which designates the annual water usage for the facility. Now, they did represent, kind of going back to that public services, that it would take up to 2 years to construct the facility, and under worst case, this is a worst case scenario, for those 2 years for construction, it would be about 34 million gallons of water over that period of time. The applicant states that it would purchase water from the Christmas Valley Domestic Water Supply District under existing water rights from that district, and the applicant provided permit numbers in the application, and then the department coordinated with Water Resource Department to confirm those and other permit numbers that the water district could provide the water under. The applicant also says that it could possibly get water from the city of La Pine, and then that is basically limited to that representation. So this corresponds back to public services, and there is a letter from the water district saying that under average circumstances that they would be able to provide the water. However, the applicant may need to have a backup water service provider. The applicant is representing that it would also construct on up to 2 on-site wells that would help provide water for the construction and operation of the facility. A water resource department permit to appropriate the public waters, or a water right permit. There's several items in those permits, and they establish the date of the water right, the use of the water, the point of diversion, where does the water come from, and the place of use under the permit to which the water right is appurtenant, or where the place of use to where that water could be used. The proposed order provides a discussion of and a unpacking of water resources rules and statutes that apply to permits, these water right permits. But again, I'm going to let Jesse kind of unpack that in his presentation, but to address and confirm that indeed the applicant does not need a water right. The department recommends water rights condition 1, which has the items that are listed here, which also is, and would like to reiterate that if later on the applicant did indeed need a water right, they would have to go through an amendment process to then include that water right under council's jurisdiction and governed by the site certificate. And that is my last slide. So did we want to take a break and Sarah and I touch bases, or Todd, you take it away?
Yeah, so I think where we're at now is it's a little after 11. I think we probably are in need of a break. Unless there's any other material changes that I'm not aware of that I heard during the conversation today. I think it's limited to the fire response question. Sarah's looked into it, and if we do take a break, I believe we'll have some response to provide to council, and then you can decide where you want to go with that. So I would recommend, a short break right now, and then we can kind of get into this, the options on this slide.
Okay, well, this is Marcy, and the time is now 11:08. I propose that we take a 15-minute break and return at 11:23, if that works for folks.
Marcy,
Yes,
this is Cindy. Can I ask a quick question before we take a break?
of course.
And I forgot to ask it with respect to the letter from Heffernan. So in the materials, the letter indicates, I think, a cost of $19 million versus the 28 million I think that it is now. And I'm just wondering if there has been an update to the letter, or how that, it might not make any difference, but I think $10 million is
You're
significant.
talking about retirement?
Yeah, the retirement, sorry. And the letter that Heffernan sent specifies $19 million and their confidence. And given, I think, the new number of 28 million, is that of any concern, or is there a subsequent letter that amends it to 28 million, or just
I don't believe so. If I'm just kind of going back in time in drafting the DPO, I know we asked for more information after the application was deemed complete, and we asked for, so there was kind of the cost estimate based on the complete application, and then we were drafting the DPO and we needed more information, and so we asked for more information. Trying to think here. With related to retirement and decommissioning, which based on that is what reflected that evaluation, the table in the proposed order, and that 28.8 million. But at that point in time, once we got that number from that additional information, I don't think we went back and asked them for an updated letter that captures that 28.8. So I don't believe we did that with fair certainty. So really, we have them saying that they would feel comfortable, or whatever the verbiage is, with the previous total, but ultimately, which really we kind of, what we rest more on is that really the facility cannot be constructed and operated without that bond amount. So if indeed they could not get that bond or letter of credit, they cannot construct and operate the facility.
right. And my concern is just the reference to the letter. I mean,
Yeah.
If we're going to put $28 million in there, it just seems to me that the letter would indicate that. So thank you.
I think that that's a really good thing for us to keep in mind, even as we're moving quickly and moving forward, drafting findings to issue a document, that we need to make sure, particularly as that total increases, and I know we do this for other projects, if it's a significant amount, we do ask them to update their letter, or basically wait until we've kind of confirmed an amount and then update the letter. That I think that's a really good thing to kind of put a pin in and make sure that we follow.
Okay,
follow
thank
up with that.
All right, thank you. I just thought I might have missed it. Thanks.
No, you didn't. Thank you.
Okay, well, this is Marcy again. So the time is now 11:12. So let's adjust and still stick with 15 minutes and resume at 11:27.
Okay, thank you, council members. And Wally and Nancy, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. But will you guys put this screen back up or this slide? Are you there?
Yeah, that's no problem, Kellen.
Okay, and then when we come back, I'm gonna pass it over to you guys, but when we come back, we may have you pass it back to me so we can bebop through some documents, or if we need to, and maybe Sarah might want to do it because she might actually have revisions. So anyhow, I'm passing it over to you, but it'll likely be passed back when break's done. Oh, that didn't work.
So please restart the recording.
Okay, we're good.
Thank you. So we have returned from our break. It is now 11:29, and I would like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on. At this point, I just wanted to determine what the continued mean, Todd, if we're going to keep going with what we were discussing, or if Jesse is going to start presenting.
Sarah has drafted some language associated with the plan, so she can bring that up, share that, and see if that is what you are interested in, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just for a little intro, as I understood it, Councilmember Jenkins, you were concerned that there wasn't coverage if the application for annexation isn't accepted, where if they went that route and left it at that, then there's a gap. So this is the plan public services condition 4 refers to, and Kellen showed that on her screen as well. And so just so you understand the navigation here. So there's 2 places that annexation and or membership in the Rangeland Fire Protection Association is discussed. The first is here. So maybe I'll just pause and see if we're on the same page about the issue.
Can you increase the size of that a little bit to make sure everybody can see it?
Yes, thank you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, that works for me. It's, shall either submit an application for annexation to the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District and demonstrate to the department that the Christmas Valley Fire Protection District annexed to include the facility site boundary, or so does that get at Kent's comment?
Yeah, this is Kent, and I think there's another or that can be put in there, and it'd be annex. Either submit an application for annexation to the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District and demonstrate to the department that the CFPD annexed to include the facility site boundary, or contract for services.
Yeah.
With the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District, or become a lifetime member of the Rangeland Fire Protection Association. My only concern with the Rangeland Fire Protection Association, they're going to be having response for a rangeland fire that,
Right, they're not interested in structural.
right, that's very different from structural fires, and I'm not sure how much that adds for.
Yeah, that caused me to hesitate too.
1 second. Vicky?
And my recollection is that we would require, like for a dwelling in the forest zone, they either request to annex to the Rural Fire Protection District. And as Hanley's been saying, the Fire Protection District doesn't have to annex those folks in. Then it would trigger then a requirement that they get a contract for services. And I suppose if that didn't happen, then we also had another provision that they had to provide on-site fire protection themselves with a water storage facility and hoses and that kind of thing. I don't know if we go that far with this type of an application or not, but
Okay.
I think all we can do is they either ask or they contract.
that's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay. We go back.
Gabrielle?
Yes.
This is Perry Chalky. Just to give everybody an idea about the environment, it'd have to be a building fire because there's not enough fuel on the ground to support a fire. It's all lake bottom desert, basically. So
Right. I'm not, this is only to address structural.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for comment, Perry.
Okay.
Chair Gray, this is Jordan. Aren't they also supplying training for personnel as well as apparatuses or equipment on site?
Thanks for the question, Jordan. I will let Sarah and Kellen tackle that.
Yeah, I read that somewhere too.
I'm not sure if this addresses your question, Councilmember Truitt, but this is the section of the plan that talks about training.
Will train.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
reading through. So I don't know that this does not necessarily cover Hanley's point. I think it's a good one, as fire is a very valid concern of all of ours. But it does address that any potential incipient fires during construction or operation will be controlled by trained facility staff. And I think also back to Councilmember Perry's comment, regardless of fuel on the ground or not, it is a structure fire that we are concerned about. So I agree with the comments thus far. But we do have training in place and equipment that we looked at earlier that will be there as well. So however that weighs into the discussion.
Yeah, so the red line demonstrate to the department that the application was accepted and annexed to include the facility site boundary. That's the part that's not
It almost needs to be followed.
it's up to the district. It's up to the district to accept them. We can't guarantee that they'll be accepted.
So it almost then needs to be followed with a if not accepted for annexation, then
Yeah.
Demonstrate contract for services.
Do we want to demonstrate the entity that it comes from, or that there will be coverage from an entity regardless of who it is, that they have to verify that there is fire protection service contracted through or for the facilities?
It has to be in the district.
I think
Has
it's
to
got
be
to be
in
in the district because the other one is a wildland, what was it called?
Yeah, no, you were right. Wildland fire protection.
fire protection, and they're gonna be getting at vegetation and not structures. They may not have the equipment to deal with structures.
Right. Or the training.
Yeah.
I see what you're trying. Okay.
Yeah, you got it. There you go. Well, and probably not in the high desert RFPA, but contract for fire response services with the other one, what's it called? Christmas Valley Rural Fire
Yeah,
Protection District.
right.
Okay, you want the contract for services if the annexation is not accepted?
Right.
Yes.
If the annexation isn't accepted, then you have to demonstrate you've got to provide evidence of participation in a contract for fire response services from the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District.
Yeah, you've got it there. You just need to delete the high desert.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's their other option is membership with High Desert. If like they propose two routes, one is annexation with Christmas Valley or membership with High Desert RFPA. So, and I think, so we could leave that, but the contract for services is specific to Christmas Valley if they don't accept the annexation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it need to specify that this is for the life of the facility? It may already, but
This is Cindy. I think there was some or is it the full site boundary or the where the structures are? Was there some conversation about they may not want to do the full,
Well, the annexation could either be the full site boundary or some part thereof, but the contracting could be just for the structures.
Right.
I don't think we have to specify.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't either.
except they may not want to have annexed the whole 4,000
Right.
acres because I think Ken had mentioned that that might be pretty expensive. Whereas just the structures themselves, I don't know how this works, so it's just from the discussion that I'm having.
Contracting option is that they wouldn't have to annex the entire site boundary. They would just contract for services to respond to the structural element.
Yeah, so it says accept an annex to include the facility site boundary. So we could drop the prepositional phrase. Yeah.
Don't we want to include something about the structures? Applies for annexation, of the area where the structures are? Just,
Or maybe not specified to the structures, but areas of high concern to include
Well,
structures.
technically, they're only responsible for structures.
Right,
the
we're
rural
back
fire
to
district.
technicalities on that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they do fight wildland fire, but technically they're only responsible for structural fire.
I think it says in here that it's only on a voluntary basis for the other, right?
And, well, God, I hate doing this nitpicking.
Yeah.
On the statement that says if the application for annexation is not accepted prior to construction of the proposed facility, the certificate holder must provide evidence of an executed contract for fire response services from the CVRFPD. And then I don't know that we need the or after that, because that's not helping anything for structural
Right.
from the high desert RFPA.
Yeah, this is Cindy. I do think this paragraph is a bit confusing because it starts out with the RFPA and then says alternatively, you might do this. And so do they not have to be, do they not have to be a participant in the RFPA? Are we not requiring that?
Right now, the scenario is one or the other.
Yeah. And
Don't they do different things though?
Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah, the RFP, I don't see really much value from the RFPA, and I don't mean this in a bad way or anything. I'm simply saying they're not going to be doing structural fire protection. And
You
I'm
need
not
both.
sure.
Right, but we need both of them.
Yeah, I think you need both, one for the non-structural and one for structural.
Okay,
Right, I do too.
I agree.
that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, they're almost two different paragraphs.
Yes. So, do you get the gist of this, Sarah?
I think so.
Okay. Do you want to work on it and then we can come back to it?
Yeah, why don't you wordsmith that and we'll come back.
Okay, okay, that sounds
If you
good.
think you have the gist of it, because,
Yep, I think
okay, okay,
we need both to cover structural and non-structural.
yes.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so if that gets set there, then where do we go from here, Todd? Do we move on to Jesse, or do we talk about the other stuff and that's hanging? I'm just want to make sure I stay in order.
Yeah, I mean, I think we, because we're sort of deferring the sort of the final slide of Kellen's presentation to handle sort of the details about this. So I think we can move on to Jesse's presentation and then loop back to this one before we get to that sort of the next stage, which would be the material change hearing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Well, then after a lot of discussion, I guess we'll turn the floor over to Jesse Ratcliffe, Senior Assistant Attorney General and Counsel to FSEC for the Obsidian Solar Center contested case.
Good morning, Chair Grail, members of the council. This is Jesse Ratcliffe with the Oregon Department of Justice. And just as I have at the beginning of each one of these presentations that I've been giving for the benefit both of the council and the members of the public who are on the phone, just to briefly explain what my role is here today and why you're not seeing Mr. Rowe presenting on this. And that's because the council has chosen to separate its legal advice into two different attorneys when there is a contested case, one for the attorney who's handling the contested case matter, and then one who handles matters that come before council during the pendency of the contested case and then after the contested case reaches its conclusion. And so I'm stepping in here because we had a contested case in the Obsidian matter. And that has reached its conclusion, and we're here today to talk about what the hearing officer's decision was and how that relates to the department's proposed order. And so procedurally, where we're at here is that as you've become all very familiar with here over the past year or so, when contested cases happen on FSEC applications for site certificates, they're limited in nature. And so they deal with specific issues rather than the entirety of the proposed order. Those specific issues have to have been raised on the record of the draft proposed order. And then the hearing officer decides which issues have met the required thresholds to go forward as contested case issues. So that happened in this case. We had a number of parties who petitioned for a contested case and listed a number of issues. The hearing officer ended up determining that there were 9 valid issues to proceed in the contested case. That happened. Those issues were heard, evidence was taken, cross-examination hearing held. And the hearing officer issued his proposed contested case order in this matter. And from there, what happens is the parties have an opportunity to file exceptions if they have any issues that they take with the decision that the hearing officer made. The council has the opportunity then to review both the proposed contested case order and any exceptions. In this case, no exceptions were filed. And so what the council is reviewing is simply the hearing officer's proposed contested case order and how that relates to the overall proposed order. And there's one minor thing that I want to raise here. Although there were no exceptions filed, both the department and the applicant noted a few scrivener's errors in the proposed contested case order that they would like to see corrected. I have the sheets from both of those. Those should have been forwarded on to you all. And after we get through the remainder of the substantive issues here, I'll be bringing that up again to talk about. But again, the idea with those is they truly are non-substantive, purely typo type errors. So the council's role here in reviewing the proposed contested case order is to determine whether or not it agrees with the outcome and findings that the hearing officer reached, or whether or not there are any modifications that ought to be made. And then there's also a technical task involved here in terms of integrating the proposed order issued by department staff and the hearing officer's order to ensure that they're both properly reflected. And so if we get to that stage on this, where there's a clear understanding where the council wants to go on each of the contested case hearing issues, I do have a draft final order prepared for you all to review that would accomplish that, that would take the proposed contested case order and incorporate that into a version of the department's proposed order, which could ultimately become the council's final order. So those are all the preliminaries here, and I'll stop before going on to the next slide to see if there are any questions at this point.
Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Jesse, I have a few, I think, additional Scrivener errors. Do you want those when we get to the end?
Sure. That would
Okay.
be fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask that we move on to the next slide. Thank you, Sarah. and we'll dive into the issues here. So the majority of the issues that were raised and dealt with in the contested case hearing are land use issues. This first issue is one of those, whether the application impermissibly includes development with the Fort Rock planning area that is more than 600 feet from existing roads in violation of part of the Lake County zoning ordinance and policies of the Lake County Comprehensive Plan. And so the hearing officer noted first on this issue that the primary facts here are not in dispute. There is a part of the site that is within the Fort Rock planning area. Much of the facility structures would be located more than 600 feet from existing roads. And so then the remaining question is, given those facts, is there actually a violation that of the comprehensive plan that is meaningful in this process? What the hearing officer concluded was that the application nonetheless complies with the applicable substantive criteria. And again, that is what the council is charged with reviewing in terms of determining compliance with the land use standard, the council's land use standard, is the applicable substantive criteria. So the hearing officer determined that it would comply with the applicable substantive criteria because the policies that were referenced, which talk about the distance from existing roads in the Fort Rock planning area, those policies are not applicable substantive criteria for two reasons. First, the policies are not reflected in any provision of the zoning ordinance that would implement the policies. And then second, the policies are not required by the overarching statewide planning goal number 2. And in addition to just the kind of hearing officer's technical reading of this, there was also some testimony or documents submitted by the planning board that reflected the county's position that those policies were not applicable substantive criteria in this particular context. So that is a summary of issue number 1. I will, as we're going through here, note the page numbers of the proposed contested case order where the issue was taken up. In this case, it's pages 85 through 87. If the council has any questions about how the hearing officer handled this one, we can have a discussion, based on those page numbers where it was addressed. And in general, as I will do for each one of these issues, I've had a chance to review the hearing officer's disposition of the issue and conclude in this case that I believe that the hearing officer's decision is well supported, that both the evidence and the law support the outcome that he reached. So procedurally, process-wise here, what I'm going to do is just stop after each one of these issues, see if there are any questions. The council can decide whether or not we want to pause to take a straw poll on each one of these as we go through them, or whether you'd prefer me to just run through the list before we do that. But I do want to make sure at a minimum that I'm stopping to allow people to ask questions, because things can get lost as I continue on here. So I will do that now.
So
Madam
what's,
Chair, this is Hanley.
yes, Hanley.
So, Jesse, my initial inclination was that this is a land use plan policy, that there's a limitation here, but the county did not, and they interpreted their comprehensive plan and their zoning ordinance to not have that limitation implemented. And so I put a lot of weight on Mr. Johnson's interpretation of his land use regulations, that this limitation is not implemented through their comprehensive land use plan, and that there's no, and that if you took this literally, there would be no development that could occur beyond the 600 feet, including agricultural structures. So I am in concurrence with the interpretation on the part of the department on this.
Thank you, Hanley. Other comments? Then I think the question is what Jesse asked. Do you want to do a straw poll after each issue, or do you want to do them all at the end?
I just as soon do it as we go through each issue while it's fresh. This is Hanley.
Thank you, Hanley. Any objection to that suggestion?
No objection.
Hearing none, so then I guess we will do it as we go along. Jesse?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So since this is informal, we're not taking any binding decisions here. I will just go ahead and ask the council myself, with your permission, Madam Chair. And the way I'm going to phrase things is just simply whether or not the council has any disagreement with the hearing officer's conclusions on this issue, just to kind of keep it very simple. So that's what I'll do for each one of these. So starting with issue 1 here, whether or not any of the council members have a disagreement with the conclusion that the hearing officer reached, that this particular part of the comprehensive plan, the policies 10 and 11, are not applicable substantive criteria, and therefore the applicant did not fail to show or fail to meet the council's land use planning standard with respect to this issue.
Do you want us to do a thumbs up or respond individually?
At this point, I'll just ask whether or not there are any objections.
Okay.
And if anyone has them, we'll just take a few seconds and see. And if there aren't, then I can just go ahead and move on.
And I concur with you handling it in the way that you've decided or you've suggested.
Thank you.
No objections.
Hearing none. So we'll move on to issue 2. Okay, so issue 2, and this is going to be the first in a series of issues that deal with farm impacts that again are land use related here. So this is whether the application failed to demonstrate compliance with conditional use requirements for non-farm use in the A2 zone as required by part of the county's ordinance, because potential impacts, including fugitive dust, invasive weeds, competition for water resources, wildlife displacement, increased thermal energy, would result in a failure to demonstrate that the proposed facility is compatible with farm uses, consistent with the intent and purposes of ORS 215-243. That it does not seriously interfere with accepted farming practices on adjacent lands, and that it does not materially alter the stability of the overall land use pattern of the area. So that issue statement's quite a mouthful, but the summary of that is that the protestants here had raised a number of concerns about potential farm use impacts, and asserted that these impacts meant that the applicant had not proved that the proposed facility is meets the statute, the standards of the statute, and so if we could go ahead and go on then to the next slide, which talks about the hearing officer's determination. Okay, so the hearing officer concluded that the site certificate application as conditioned in the proposed order complies with conditional use permit requirements. The parties failed to establish, and the limited parties, the protestants here, failed to establish that the proposed facility as conditioned would seriously interfere with accepted farming practices or materially alter the stability of the overall land use patterns of the area. And I'll dive into that just a little bit more in terms of the hearing officer's reasoning. And, it's essentially the hearing officer concluded that the protestants hadn't provided evidence that the impacts that they alleged were likely to occur. And the hearing officer concluded that the protestants didn't take into account required mitigation measures that were adopted in the proposed order, or assumed that those mitigation measures would fail. Now, it is possible, of course, to demonstrate that a proposed mitigation measure might fail, but there needs to be evidence that backs up that assertion. And the hearing officer concluded that the protestants just had not submitted sufficient information there. Then, with respect to the notion of materially altering the overall land use pattern of the area, the hearing officer concluded that the site certificate application was consistent with the land use standard here, because the acreage on which the facility would be placed is non-arable and does not have water rights. More specifically, would, in order to make it better quality farmland, would require water, and that the ability to obtain a water right would need to come through transfer, that the ability to obtain that is speculative. And then finally, that the project area here comprises a small fraction of the total land within Lake County that's within farm use. So once again, as with all these, I've taken a look at the hearing officer's reasoning and conclusions, and believe that they are supported by the facts and the law. So I'll stop and ask if there are any questions, and if there aren't, then we can move on to the straw poll on this one.
So Jesse, the overall land use pattern of the area is part of this issue also, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and in order to address that, then they did the acreage calculations of how much land was in farm use and what percentage. This represented 1/3% of private land. Yeah. Okay. So the area is the whole county?
Yes, that's what was looked at here. And, there are other ways to look at this issue, but the county unit is useful in some ways, at least, because there is a reasonable amount of data available to look at in terms of that unit. And then again, the determination was based both on that fraction and the overall quality of the land is zoned here that would be used for the project, and particularly this conclusion that without water rights on the property, that you are not going to be able to use it for a good quality farmland.
Right. Yeah, I think the water rights fact is pretty significant in this case, given that there are circles on the adjacent lands. That's all the questions I have. I'm ready for the straw poll.
Anyone else? Okay, so here again, I'll just ask whether or not any member of the council objects to the hearing officer's conclusion that the applicant had satisfied the land use standard on this issue for the reasons that I just stated. Okay, hearing none, we will go on to issue 3. Okay, issue 3 is again related to impacts to neighboring farms of the facility, as asserted by the protestants. The issue reads whether the application failed to demonstrate the proposed development will not unduly diminish agriculture from impacts of fugitive dust, invasive weeds, and wildlife displacement caused by the removal of native vegetation, as well as heat blooms, or unduly increase related public service costs in violation of part of the Lake County zoning ordinance and a comprehensive plan goal. So there are 2 kind of subcomponents to this issue. The first being the unduly diminishing agriculture component, and the second, unduly increasing public service costs. So the hearing officer's conclusion here was that the county plan, comprehensive plan goal is implemented through 2 zoning ordinance provisions, and that the application had again, as condition, demonstrated that the proposed facility would comply with both of those provisions. Again, diving into that a little bit more deeply, the hearing officer concluded that protestants had not provided evidence that the farm use impacts alleged by the protestants were likely to occur, and again, that they did not either account for required mitigation measures or assume that they would fail. Specifically with respect to crop depredation by elk, the ALJ found that the required mitigation measures were sufficient, that there had been extensive work with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that the mitigation measures that were developed as a result of that were appropriate. The hearing officer's rationale with respect to the public services was essentially identical, that the protestants hadn't provided evidence that the impacts they alleged were likely to occur. So I'll stop there on that one and see if there are any questions.
Jesse, this is Cindy. I don't know if you can see me.
Hi, Cindy.
I have a question. There's nothing with respect to this particularly, but I am a little bit concerned as I went through all of these that it seems to me hard on the front end, and the mitigation factors, the conditions are, go a long way, I think. But clearly the limited parties are concerned about what happens in the future, and I don't know enough about the process. So if the site goes through and what the limited parties maintain or suggest in the contested case, if there is damage from elk or dust or whatever, what's the remedy? What is the remedy for that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Conan. So the remedy for any violation of a site certificate condition, there are enforcement provisions both in the council statutes and the council's rules. And so a protestant here, or it wouldn't even need to be a protestant here, it could simply be an interested member of the public, can raise an issue with department staff and explain why they believe that a particular site certificate condition is being violated. The staff will then look into that issue and respond accordingly. There are provisions for various penalties to be imposed or remedy requirements to be, undertaken if a violation of a site certificate condition is established. One other thing that I'd like to point out here for everyone who's attending this as well is that because the FSEC site certificates are a compilation of both its own standards and other agency permits, if the site certificate violation deals with another agency's permit, then the member of the public might be contacting both the permitting agency and the department staff. And then how that is sorted out between the two agencies is really kind of a matter for them to decide. There have been, discussions in the past with various permitting agencies and department staff about how that works precisely. But from the public's perspective, they don't have to worry about all that kind of internal coordination. It's just more saying, well, this looks like it was a removal fill violation. So I'm going to give the Department of State Lands a call, and then I'm going to give the siting staff a call and let them know what happened. And then those agencies will carry it from there.
So just a follow up to make sure I understand it, just as we've heard about another issue or an issue similar to this with respect to another project. So the public, their point of contact is the council. The council issued the site certificate. So something happens, the council or the department is the first, pick up the call or pick up the phone and call or email or whatever.
Yes,
and then we take it from there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I will move on to the straw poll question here again, and to ask whether or not any council member has any objections to the way that the hearing officer disposed of this issue, concluding that the applicant had met the land use standard with respect to this issue as a result of the protestants not providing evidence that the impacts alleged were likely to occur. Okay, hearing none, we will move on to issue 4. So this issue again has to do with farm use impacts, but it's a little different in nature here because it's looking at an exception to goal 3 of the statewide planning goals, and also the Lake County's comprehensive plan, goal 3, which identifies a preference for the preservation of agricultural land. And so without getting into the weeds in terms of the different acreage standards for solar facilities, Suffice it to say that the applicant and the department both identified that a goal exception would be required for this facility. As a result, the applicant requested a goal exception. The focus of the contested case proceeding on this issue had to do with the reasons that the applicant presented. So the Goal 3 exceptions process is sometimes referred to as a reasons exception. There's actually more to it than that. There are several different components that need to be met to take an exception. But again, the contested case was primarily focused on the validity of the reasons. The applicant presented a number of different reasons. The proposed order had narrowed those down from the department staff's perspective to look primarily at the minimal nature of the impacts on agriculture as again conditioned in the site certificate, and local economic benefits. So the hearing officer's order agreed with the department's conclusion. The hearing officer appeared to incorporate each of the reasons given by the applicant. And so the hearing officer's proposed contested case order decision is a little bit more expansive in terms of the reasons that that he believed were supported by the evidence. And so the one of the decisions for the council here is what to do about that potential discrepancy. When we get to the review of the draft final order, the way that I've suggested, this is not the only way of dealing with this, but the way that I've suggested dealing with this is acknowledging the discrepancy, but given that both the proposed order and the proposed contested case order found that there were sufficient reasons, that the difference in rationale here is immaterial to the overall decision of whether or not to grant a site certificate. So the outcome is the same either way. The draft final order, as I'll discuss later, still acknowledges the staff's approach to the Goal 3 exception and the reasons. So that's not erased from the draft final order. It's more just, putting the two of them side by side, the hearing officer's rationale, the staff's rationale, and saying that, the conclusion reached is the same. And as I understand it, this has been, the nature of reasons for these applications has been a focus of the council in the recent past. I'm happy to answer any questions about the hearing officer's rationale at this point, and as we get into the draft final order, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions or about the approach that I've suggested, or talk about other approaches as well.
Marcy, this is Hanley. Jesse, yes, we have had conversations about what is adequate for a Goal 3 exceptions. And I think this application was submitted in 2018. Our discussions have been more recently than that. And so it's hard, it's difficult for the applicant to have addressed our issues recently. So I do think that the requirement for reasons justifying why the state policy embodied in the applicable goals should not apply needed or could use additional justification in the exceptions process. But I do believe that because of the low value of agricultural productivity for the site and the fact that it does not have irrigation water available, probably goes a long way towards meeting that exceptions. That is part of the justification that is given. But that's a long-winded way of saying I really think that the applicants need to do more in the future. That's my position.
And Hanley, this is Marcy. So Kent had made some comments earlier, and is this, I mean, you all, this is what you've done for your careers and you're saying it. So I hope the applicants are hearing you, especially for those of us who do not come from that background. Your words are kind of ringing through in a variety of ways. So thank you both.
Yeah, I think the standard that this should be measured against when someone's trying to meet this criteria is one that this is a renewable resource. We want to encourage renewable resources, but that's not really the standard here. The standard is why are we taking this out of an agricultural designation in order to accommodate the renewable development? And there need to be reasons why you're doing that other than, gee, there's going to be economic benefit to the community. The goal for the state of Oregon is to protect agricultural lands for agricultural production. And so, you know, I think the best justification here is the fact that this is not agricultural land, except for very, very limited livestock grazing activity. And so I think that weighed the most for me. And I guess I would encourage applicants to emphasize the concerns for protecting agricultural lands more than financial benefits, because you know any development is going to provide some kind of additional financial development out there, so it's the protection of agricultural lands is what we're trying to accommodate here, and this is an exception to that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Are there questions from any other council members? Okay, so the straw poll on this one is going to be slightly different here. For the time being, I will just ask whether or not there's any objection to the overall disposition of this issue, which is that the applicant has met the requirements for a Goal 3 exception. I'm asking it this way again because of the slight difference between the hearing officer's approach to reasons and the staff's approach to reasons, which I think we'll save for the draft final order when we get there. So again, right now I'm asking if there are any objections to the outcome here. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to issue 5. Okay, issue 5, we're shifting gears here a little bit. It is whether the proposed project as identified in the application diminishes the value of the limited private parties, private property and business interests, violation of part of the Lake County zoning ordinance and one of the goals of the comprehension plan. And so in this case, the hearing officer concluded that the limited parties had failed to establish that the proposed facility as conditioned would result in diminution of value to the private property or business interests. Expanding on that again, just a little bit here, this is once again primarily an evidentiary question. So the policy at issue, the Lake County Goal 2 Policy 18, provides that private property investments will be protected from incompatible development, which might likely diminish property value or unduly increase taxes. So the hearing officer concluded that the allegations of diminishment were based on speculation. He concluded that they're based on assumptions that construction and operation of the facility will bring about the limited party's worst fears, as he put it, with regard to fugitive dust impacts, invasive and noxious weed species, incursions from displaced wildlife, negative impacts on personal life, stock health, loss of organic certifications, and destruction of infield and harvested alfalfa. So although the issue here is somewhat different than the previous ones we've been talking about, again, the hearing officer's focus was on the limited party's presentation, which in his view took an unwarranted reliance on kind of a worst case scenario rather than what was supported in the record and conditioned in the proposed order. Again, as with the other issues here, I've taken a look at the hearing officer's reasoning and think it's supported by the facts and the law. So I'll pause here and ask if there are any questions. Okay, hearing none, then we'll move on to the straw poll on this issue. And that is whether or not any council member has any objection to the hearing officer's determination that the applicant met the council's land use standard with respect to this issue because the limited parties had not come forth with substantial evidence backing up their assertion that there would likely be diminishment of property values.
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalky.
Yes.
I probably should claim right off the bat that I'm gonna have to abstain from any type of poll or vote because I have a conflict. Project proponent has entered into an off-project mitigation agreement with the Klamath tribes, and as such, I do have a conflict.
Thank you for stating that, and I'll defer to Jesse and Todd to address anything with that.
Thank you, Chair Grail. So, based on that, Councilmember Choctute, I would ask that you sit out the remainder of the discussions on this issue, and then, as it sounds like you're planning to do, to not take any informal or formal votes on the project.
Thank you, Jesse.
Okay, I did not hear any objections, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next issue. Okay, this is issue number 6, whether the application failed to demonstrate that the design, construction, and operation of the proposed facility is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to soil, taking into account the applicant's proposed mitigation, in violation of the council's soil protection standard, OAR 345, Division 22, Rule 22. The hearing officer's conclusion was that the proposed facility, as conditioned in the proposed order, complies with the soil protection standard. There are a couple of plans that are in draft form in the proposed order that are intended to address soil protection. The limited parties here specifically asserted that neither of these plans provide any assurance that substantial crippling wind erosion will not be generated by activities on the proposed facility site, and that the plans would not create a remedy if that kind of erosion occurs. The hearing officer concluded that the protestant's argument is grounded in assumptions that the applicant will not fulfill its obligations under the site certificate. And particularly here, this is one of these cases where the siting council is standing in the shoes of another agency, in part, at least. In that case, that's the Department of Environmental Quality, and which would be issuing a permit under the Clean Water Act, a 1200C permit. And so the hearing officer concluded that not only the applicants or the protestants' assertions were basically that not only would the siting council and Department of Energy staff not act to enforce the conditions, but that DEQ would not either. So, as Councilmember Condon asked earlier, and I described, there are enforcement mechanisms that both the council have and DEQ has, and there are procedures that those agencies can follow if a member of the public asserts that one or more of the conditions have been violated here. Beyond that, though, in this case, the department itself had recommended a modification of a condition to respond to the limited parties' concerns. And the department's conditions require that the applicant obtain approval of its finalized ESCP from DEQ and the department before beginning construction on the proposed site. In response to the limited parties then renewing their concerns at hearing, the department proposed a further change to that condition, requiring the applicant to demonstrate that all revegetation protocols identified in the erosion soil control plan, that's the ESCP, sorry for the acronym earlier, are consistent with the requirements and success criteria of the plans, and that the protocols address dust abatement, erosion, sediment control, and noxious and invasive weeds as determined by the department, DEQ, and ODFW. There was a modification to the condition there as a result of the hearing. The hearing officer concluded that that modification provided additional support for his conclusion that the soil protection standard had been met. So when we get to, so in terms of process here, the hearing officer acknowledged that the department had requested a modification of a condition as compared to what it had presented in the proposed order. The hearing officer chose to incorporate that change to the condition. And so when we get to the draft final order stage, reviewing that draft final order, I will point out how the draft final order incorporates that amended condition. and there will be an opportunity for the parties to comment on that changed condition. So I will stop here now, though, and ask if there are any questions, either with the hearing officer's decision, which can, I believe, to be supported by facts and law, or whether there are any questions about this process for acknowledging the handful of changed conditions that the hearing officer wanted to incorporate. Okay, with no questions, then we'll move on to the straw poll on this one, and see if there are any objections by any council members as to the hearing officer's determination that the applicant is satisfied the soil protection standard based on the plans and conditions that had been incorporated in the proposed order, and with the one additional condition change that the hearing officer had recognized in the proposed contested case order. Okay, without any objections, then we'll move on to issue 7. And just as a reminder, there are 9 total issues here, so we're 2/3 of the way through, and we'll just keep rolling along. Okay, so issue 7 is whether the application proposes development that exceeds the existing capacity of public and private utilities or facilities, including county roads, to provide water needed for the construction of the facility, without the applicant providing funds for increased services in violation of, again, provisions of the county zoning ordinance and the county comprehensive plan. The hearing officer concluded the proposed facility, as conditioned, is not likely to exceed these capacities for public-private utilities, roads, or local emergency services. And the hearing officer concluded, again, here there's a number of plans involved. The hearing officer included that the draft fire protection and emergency response plan includes significant construction and operation requirements that are designed to minimize fire risk and address incidents with on-site personnel, including maintenance of sufficient water on site to combat fires. Next, the record reflects the proposed facility is not likely to exceed the carrying capacity of local roads, while the limited parties have expressed concerns about increased construction traffic, particularly from large trucks and equipments, and that resulting impact on their farming and livestock operations. The applicant and the department have addressed these concerns through conditions in the site certificate. Finally, the evidence establishes the applicant will contribute significant sums over the operational life of the facility from increased taxes, road repair funding, community service fees, and contributions to local schools. Here again, however, the department had proposed an amendment to its public services condition 4, and the goal of that amendment was to further clarify the applicant's obligation to finalize agreements with local emergency response service prior to construction. The hearing officer accepted that condition and made it a part of his proposed contested case order. Now, I know we've been talking about the language surrounding the joining of local fire districts, and so I guess I will just set that issue, that particular issue, aside with the language that we're working on right now, and ask if the council member has any questions about any other aspect of the hearing officer's determination. And then when I do the straw poll, again, I'll kind of carve out that fire protection issue that I know we're working on. Okay, with no questions, then straw poll is whether or not any member of the council has an objection to the hearing officer's conclusion that the applicant had complied with the land use standard and demonstrated that there wouldn't be undue impacts or exceed the existing capacity of public and private utilities and facilities. Again, with the carve out that we're still working on some of the fire protection language. Okay, with no objections, we'll move on to issue 8. Okay, this is whether the application failed to demonstrate that the proposed development is compatible with existing uses and will not diminish living conditions in violation of a provision of the county zoning ordinance and county comprehensive plan. The hearing officer concluded that as conditioned, the applicant has successfully demonstrated that the proposed facility will comply with the zoning provision with statewide planning goal number 9 and with the county's comprehensive plans equivalent goal 9 policy 1. Okay, just shifting documents here. So the hearing officer's conclusion was based on evidence in the record demonstrating that the proposed facility will not significantly impact surrounding properties through soil erosion and or fugitive dust, proliferation of invasive and noxious weeds, displacement of wildlife, or adverse impacts on public services and utilities. As such, the limited parties failed to show that the proposed facility will be incompatible with surrounding agricultural uses and or will diminish their current living conditions. And so this issue, in a number of ways, then ties back to the hearing officer's earlier findings with respect to, I guess, the lack of evidence presented by the limited parties on some of the farming impact issues or impacts on public services and utilities, as noted in the preceding issue here. So we'll see if there are any questions and then go to the straw poll. Okay, with no questions, then the straw poll question here is whether or not any council member has any objections to the hearing officer's decision that the applicant demonstrated that the proposed development is compatible with existing uses, will not diminish living conditions, and therefore is in compliance with the FSEC land use standard. Okay, with no objections, then we'll move on to the final issue, issue 9. Okay, issue 9 is whether or not the department's proposed order erred by imposing a condition limiting the applicant to 5,000 gallons of water per well per day, rather than limiting the applicant's water use to a total of 5,000 gallons per day overall. So this was an issue that ended up being handled among the parties during the contested case proceeding. And so the outcome of that, which is reflected in the hearing officer's proposed contested case order, is the parties all agreed that under the relevant statute, the applicant's use of groundwater on the proposed facility site is limited to 5,000 gallons per day, regardless of the number of wells, unless the applicant obtains a permit to appropriate groundwater from OWRD, the Water Resources Department. Applicant doesn't claim to have obtained or applied for such a permit. As a result, the department amended its proposed water right condition number 2, and the hearing officer incorporated that amendment to limit the applicant to a total of 5,000 gallons of water from all groundwater sources within the proposed facility site. This is really to meet a Water Resources Department requirement under its statutes that put caps on exempt uses of water that do not require a permit from the department. So the big picture here is that the parties worked this one out at hearing. The condition's been changed to reflect that, and the hearing officer agreed and incorporated that change condition. So I'll pause here to see if there are any questions. Okay. Oh,
Just
Councilmember Condon.
quickly, the chart we saw earlier on the use of water, does this at all affect that, or it doesn't change that at all? Their use of the water is what it is. This is just saying that 5,000 gallons per day total from groundwater.
Yes,
is
that's
the limit.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember Condon. So there in these applications, there's frequently a division in terms of water use. You've got a lot of water that you may be using during construction. Historically, in the council's applications, a lot of times that water has come from agreements with local water providers, which is permissible. And then you have, the kind of operations and maintenance water, which tends to be significantly less. And a lot of times the applicants are able to find that they can make use of a quantity of water that falls below the Water Resources Department's exempt use threshold from a groundwater source. So that's what's happened here. We kind of have two different categories of water use, but nothing here changes that discussion about the larger quantity of water from the local water provider.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so without any other questions, then we'll move on to the straw poll here. And this is whether any council member objects to the resolution of this issue, which is to modify the condition to clarify that the use is capped at 5,000 gallons per day overall, regardless of how many wells are on site. Okay, with no objections, we now have taken straw polls on all of the issues. And so we have then a number of procedural tasks
Jesse?
remaining here. Yep.
I'm sorry, this is Marcy, and I just want to make sure. So if Perry has to recuse himself or is electing to recuse himself, do we have enough for quorum to be doing anything?
So my understanding here is, Chair Grail, is that we have 5 members who are participating and able to vote. That does meet your quorum requirement. I will note that the voting threshold on a site certificate is 4 votes. So it's not a majority of the quorum. It's fixed in statute as 4 votes on this decision. But yes, you do have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you. I knew there was a time when the quorum wasn't the same number, but I wasn't even going to remotely get it right. So thank you.
Yeah. So I'll pause here for just a second and kind of recap where we are. So you've heard Kellen Tardy-Weather's presentation on the proposed order. We have one issue, it appears, that needs resolution on terms of the fire protection. We have been through all of the proposed contested case order issues. One of those issues ties in, at least somewhat, because it's related to fire protection, to that ongoing discussion. But overall, in the straw poll, we didn't hear any objections to the hearing officer's outcome on any of those issues, or the conditions that were proposed by the department and adopted by the hearing officer during the course of the proceeding. we have a couple of tasks remaining. There are requests from the applicant to the department and Councilmember Jenkins for corrections of certain scrivener's errors. And then we have the fire protection issue left to resolve, and the draft final order to review. So our next slide up is
Jesse, sorry, if
Yeah.
I could, and then also
Yeah, go
the material change hearing.
Oh, thank you. Yes. And so related to the draft final order review, there will be the opportunity for the parties to comment on changes to the department's proposed order that are occurring as a result of the hearing officer's proposed contested case order. So basically, I've just walked you through the proposed contested case order. You've had a chance to ask questions, state objections if you have any. And so we're going to provide that opportunity to the parties as well before the council takes a final vote on the site certificate. So it's up to the council members whether or not they want me to proceed with scrivener's errors at this point, or if you'd like to dive back into the fire protection issue. It doesn't really matter to me. We have the scrivener's error slide up, but if you prefer to prioritize the fire protection, that's fine.
Council, anybody have a preference? Hearing none, Jesse, do it the way you like.
Okay, well, we've got the slide up, so I'll keep going.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we have a very small number of scrivener's errors from both the applicant and the department. And Sarah, if you wouldn't mind putting the, let's go with the departments first, because if I'm remembering correctly, the applicants are mostly a subset of the departments. So let's start with them.
Give me just 90 seconds.
Sure.
Jesse, this is Hanley.
Mhm.
And are you going to progress through this as we progress through the document? Or just go through the list that's provided in the February 10 memorandum?
I guess, yeah, Councilmember Jenkins, I guess my thought was that the number of corrections were small enough on the departments and applicants side that we could just kind of take a look at their charts here. If there's anything that's not self-evident from the chart, we can go to the page in the proposed order. And so if that's fine with you, that was the way I'd thought of proceeding.
Yeah, whatever works. I mean, mine are strictly Scrivener errors, I think, and I haven't paper clipped on my hard copy here, so.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead then and walk through the departments and the applicants, and then we can go through yours. And on yours, then we'll go through the part of the proposed order, put that up on the screen so that we can all see.
Okay.
Okay, so with the departments on this page 1 of 3 here that's been pulled up on the screen, we have first just a misspelling of Ms. Esterson's name. The next one is an acronym issue. So we have the Lake County Planning Commission, and then we have the Lake County Board of Commissioners. This scrivener's error is intended to properly identify who determined that the applicant properly inventoried accepted farming practices, etc. That was the Board of Commissioners, not the Planning Council. Similarly, the Board of Commissioners, not the Planning Council, determined that the site certificate application is conditioned to adequately addresses potential impacts through proposed minimization and mitigation techniques. Okay. Another acronym issue. So according to the directory, director of it should be the Lake County Planning Department, not the Planning Commission. Next change is page 89, second full paragraph. And here it looks like there was a mistake using the word with instead of without. As corrected, it should read, nonetheless, the applicant does not request and the department does not propose the council grant a site certificate for unmanaged construction activities without sufficient mitigation. That's clear enough from the context based on the hearing officer's ruling on that issue. Moving to the next one here, page 89, second full paragraph, last sentence. I think we just simply have an autocorrect issue where the hearing officer had described the applicant as a contentious community partner when it appears that he meant conscientious from context, and that the appropriate phrasing at the end of that sentence, instead of the applicable site certificates, we're talking about a single certificate, that really what the hearing officer was referring to was more generically the approvals. Okay. So our next change, again, this is to clarify that while the applicant has other jurisdictional projects in the area, this is the first FSEC jurisdictional project request, and so we're not referring to site certificates here. We're referring more generically to the other approvals that the applicant has received. So that's the list of scrivener's errors from the department. Again, we'll just do a quick straw poll here to see if there are any objections to any of those. Okay, hearing none, we will go to the applicants.
Actually, Jesse, I have a quick question.
Sure.
With respect to the smaller projects that the applicant has done, and so what approvals were required of them?
So the primary approval in non-FSEC jurisdictional processes is going to be the local land use approval, whether it's a conditional use permit, typically would be what the approval is. Depending on the project, there may be other state permits that are required. For example, if there were removal fill impacts, there would need to be a removal fill permit from the Department of State Lands, and there can also be additional DEQ permits that might be required for a variety of things, for stormwater discharges, really kind of any number of things. There's a lot of potential permits there. So but again, from the county's perspective, from the local jurisdiction's perspective, the primary approval there is the conditional use permit.
And my concern there is that, our site application criteria may be much broader and specific, and that the meeting of those approvals not defined may not be relevant necessarily to ours. And so I was wondering if they just should be indicate what approvals those are. it's a question more than anything else.
Councilmember Condon, that is something, of course, that the department staff could take a look at. The approvals that are mentioned will presumably have been described at some point in the record. The applicant was attempting to demonstrate that it has proven itself a conscientious community partner, has been able to meet its obligations under those local land use approvals or perhaps other statewide permits. They would have submitted evidence to back that up. I don't personally not aware of what that evidence is, but I'm concluding from from the hearing officer's reasoning here that he has reviewed the applicant's evidence and found that it demonstrates the claim that they've made about their status as a community partner, for example, or their ability to operate within the parameters of their approvals. I should say at this point that it's a requirement of the site certificate applications as part of the organizational expertise standard that applicants come forth with any permit violations that have resulted on their other projects.
Right. I just knew that the application, the applicable site certificate was not right, but wasn't certain that those approvals was specific enough. So that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, so then we'll move to the applicant's scrivener's errors. We're good. Okay, so the first couple changes here are misspellings of witness names. Pretty straightforward. The third was having a cross-examination witness missed in the list there, and so adding another person who did appear and was cross-examined. And then the final one, again, is the same change that the department requested concerning the mischaracterization or autocorrect error here, contentious versus conscientious. So does any council member have any objection to any of those scrivener's error changes? All right, thank you. So then Councilmember Jenkins, let's move to you. And Sarah, if you could just go ahead and pull up the proposed order, or proposed contested case order, sorry, I presume. And then we can go through and take a look at those.
Page 30. And I ask that Kellen and Sarah kind of help me with these to make sure I'm suggesting correct alterations to this. Can you advance to page 30? Okay, so in 112, there it is. Yeah, so the second sentence, Mr. N. Walls. I kind of thought that was supposed to be Nicholas Johnson instead of N. Walls. Nicholas Johnson is resident of Lake County and the current executive director of LCRI. Mr. N. Walls, I don't know who he is, also has prior experience with applicants through the development of other solar projects. Was that supposed to be Nicholas Johnson in that second sentence?
I can double check. I mean, it seems like it makes sense, but I can double check this
Yeah.
exhibit reference if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we ought to be accurate there. Then advance to page 62.
Jim Walls was Jim or James Walls testified at the cross-examination hearing and provided a declaration as an applicant exhibit. Declaration of Jim Walls, founding director of Lake County Resources Initiative, LRCI.
Okay, that probably should have been a separate finding then. Because the third sentence then says Mr. Johnson's experience. So I don't know, there's not a linkage there between the three sentences.
Sorry, Wally, can you hear me? I just want to be able to mark your edits as we're going through them, and I'm not sure if I know how to do that easily. How do we just mark it?
Sarah, I'm making note of them as well.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Okay.
Page 62. Under opinion. Yeah, so statutes. The first word there, I think, is statutes. And then I don't think you need the last word in the sentence generally. It's a repeat. Page 84. Be the bottom of the second full paragraph. Yeah, so the Oregon Administrative Rule reference there, 345-002, I think that's supposed to be -022, because that's the section we're talking about all the way through this part of the discussion. So you might check that. Page 100. And this is real picky. Towards the bottom of the page where it says LCCP 09, related to economic development, comma, that's supposed to be states, not STAT. I think that's it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jenkins, and I'm assuming that there are no concerns with those modifications from any other council member. So we have now reached the part where I think it is appropriate to revisit the fire protection issue and language, because the next step beyond this would be then to move into consideration of the draft final order and the opportunity for parties to comment. But it seems to me, at least, that it would be a good idea to have the fire protection language taken care of first. Secretary Cornett, I don't know if you have, or Chair Grail, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's about 1:15, so I think I think it's probably worthwhile to finalize that and anything else, in the proposed order that the council would like to see changes to, in that sort of straw poll, and Sarah can bring up specifically the fire protection issue. And then I think it's probably a good time to take a lunch break, come back to the material change hearing before we potentially get to the, council's review and possible decision on a final order. That would be my recommendation, at least.
Well, I will concur with your recommendation because this one has been a little, it's different. So I appreciate all the guidance.
Great. So a half an hour for lunch, is that what we're thinking? Return it?
I think we're first going to bring up the fire safety language that Sarah has drafted.
Great.
I was a little limited in juggling whilst doing the slides, so I could use like 5 minutes.
So alternatively, we could just take the lunch break now and then come back.
Yeah. That'll give you plenty of time.
All right.
I love
Well,
pen wordsmithing.
put on the chair hat and say it's 1:13. How about if we're back at 1:45?
Works.
Well, please acknowledge we are in recess until 1:45. Thank you.
It is 1:45. I just got a text from Chair Grail that she got kicked off, so she's having to restart again. So we may be just a minute or two late in getting back to the meeting.
Hey, Todd, this is Cindy. I don't know if Kellen is on the line, but I did really appreciate her taking the time to talk about the navigational pathways. I knew you guys couldn't be navigating the way I was navigating, and there must be secrets. So I really did appreciate the time spent.
Okay, I see Kellen's on the line, so yes, that was definitely time well spent. All right, looks like Chair Grell is still having some issues getting back on. So Vice Chair Howe, if she basically said that we can restart, there is a quorum. So if you'd like to restart us, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, it's 1:47, and so we're ready to reconvene. We have our quorum. So let's see, Sarah, I guess you're on to help walk us through the fire standard that we're looking at.
Okay, great. So I'm just gonna jump right into where we left off. So again, we're trying to address the two paths that the applicant had proposed. So here is the edit. Is that large enough for everyone to see? Okay,
If you can increase it a little bit, it'd be okay.
I think I can.
That's good.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm very sorry. I got kicked off when I took my break because I entered a phone call. Sorry. Nothing looks the same, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. All right. Did you come back to order already? I apologize.
Yes, Vice Chair Howell got us back into the meeting, and Sarah had just brought up the proposed language change related to the fire safety.
Okay. Sorry for the disruption. I'm going to be quiet now.
No problem. And see, Ms. Esterson, I was concerned over the break and all. I got to thinking that the contract for the structural issue or concerns that we have needed to be with the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District, and then the issue of the wildfire needed to be with the High Desert Rangeland Fire Protection Association. And earlier we'd kind of had an or there because we were at that point in time, I think the idea was that maybe the rangeland fire protection could cover if you couldn't get annexed into the Christmas Valley Rural Fire Protection District. But you did it just right. As far as my issues are that you have it as an and. So they need to annex. If they can't annex, then they need to contract for services, and they need to demonstrate they've got the High Desert Rangeland Fire Protection Association as well. So that looks perfect to me.
I agree. This is Stanley. I agree with Kent. Looks great. Good job, Sarah.
Okay, and then just
This is,
wait. Oh, sorry.
Cindy, I just have a question about the wording. And you land use people have more experience with this. So in the, is it appropriate to say in the one, demonstrate to the department that CVR FPD's service territory has been annexed? Isn't it the facility site? It's not the CVR FPD's service territory that's annexed. Isn't it the property of the facility, appropriate property for the facility that needs to be annexed? Don't you annex a piece of property to bring it in?
Yeah.
Not,
An application for annexation.
wouldn't it be demonstrate to the department that the structural components of the facility area with the structural components of the facility have been annexed by CVR FPD or into CVR FPD service territory, or they contract for that? Just seems to me the wrong thing is at annexed here.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Okay, so
Councilmember Condon.
So as a recommendation to reword that, Sarah, demonstrate to the department that the application, okay, yeah. Has been.
Do we want to make a reference to the structural? 'Cause it doesn't have to be the full site, right?
I mean, technically, isn't the fence a structure, and the strip fence is gonna be around the whole thing? It just seems weird to be like
Oh, or the buildings.
only the O and M, but not the panels. I know the panels aren't really it, but the demonstration's been.
Okay.
And the letter we have from Christmas Valley references the facility site. So to me, it seems like the applicant was assuming to submit an application that annexes the facility site.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I understood that differently. I thought there was something that said that the applicant was not applying for annexation, but it said upon application, I guess, so. maybe it was that had more to do with timing.
This is Kent, and I'm looking at it, and that looks to read correct now, I believe.
Oops.
Yes.
Has been annexed to be included within the service territory. That's good. And then the next one is the fire district service territory is not annexed to include the facility site. The certificate holder shall execute a contract with the fire district for fire response services at the site. And I don't know whether we need to say for structures or not. That may be just fine like it is.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Except. Did we need to say facility site? Can we just say facility? If the facility is not annexed within, and that way it could be the building, just the buildings, or oops, you got to have
I think that works.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then this is essentially repeated below, so I'll fix it so it's the same, but this is the same here. And then I think the proposal would be that this, like, the repeated language would also be incorporated, like this would be incorporated into the draft final order before, as part of the findings that recommend public services condition 4.
Sounds good.
Okay.
From my perspective.
Does that work, Jesse?
Yes, that looks fine to me. And then I think we can just talk separately about the procedural, how to handle this procedurally to get it into the draft final order.
Yeah, so I think, where we're at with the proposed order kind of straw poll is if everybody's in agreement, then this would be a change from the proposed order into the final order, and obviously wasn't included in the contested case. And I think that's it, looking, Jesse, to you or Patrick, make sure that that's sort of an accurate characterization.
Yes, so what we would need to do is, we talked about having the material change hearing for the changes that the hearing officer made to the department's proposed order. So this is another one that we'll have to take up at a material change hearing at this meeting or next meeting, depending on how far we get.
Okay, and so just kind of from that straw poll perspective, was everybody agreed with the language that Sarah had brought up? Okay. So then before leaving the proposed order, I just want to make sure that there wasn't anything else in the proposed order that you were interested in changing. Yes, Councilmember Condon.
Thank you, Cindy Condon. I'm not interested in changing anything. I just want to go back in the proposed order. Where will this be new to the applicant? Because in the proposed order, the applicant states in ASC Exhibit U that it does not plan to apply for annexation at the time of application submittal. So is there indication that they are expecting to annex, or is this new to them?
So I think, well, the language is new, and so that's why the next stage in today's agenda item would be the material change hearing, which would allow the applicant as well as any of the other parties a chance to provide comment on that. And that's where Jesse said, if they're okay with it and they're, we could move then to the next stage. But if there was, they wanted additional time to evaluate this, then I think, we would have to prolong the material change hearing to a future council meeting, as well as the council's evaluation and potential decision on a final order. So that's where we don't really know yet until we have that or open up that material change hearing.
Okay, I just thought I had heard somebody say that they were planning to apply for annexation, and I hadn't read that anywhere. So, all right, thanks.
And thank you, Sarah, for doing that. Nice work on the fly.
I concur.
Hey, Jesse, I think that goes back to you then.
Okay, so just as a recap then, as to where we are, we have made those changes to the proposed order, which are new to everyone. We also have changes to the proposed order that result from the proposed contested case order, including some amendments to conditions. We have the scrivener's error corrections. So at this point, what I think we need to do is to walk through the draft final order that's been prepared. And that will not capture, and Sarah, you might be able to correct me on this, but it at a minimum will not capture the recent fire protection changes, and it will not capture Councilmember Jenkins' scrivener's errors corrections. It may capture the scrivener's error corrections from the department and the applicant. Sarah, have I summarized that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, what we have ready and available is the incorporation of the proposed contested case order into the draft final order.
Okay. All right. So we would need to do some additional work to incorporate the scrivener's error changes and the fire protection language. So let's go ahead and walk through the draft final order as it is now. After we've done that, then we will open it up for comments from the applicant and the limited parties to address the material changes that have been made by the fire protection condition, the proposed contested case order, and if anyone wants to address the scrivener's error changes, they can. Technically, they're not material changes, but still. So let's, Sarah, if you could pull up the draft final order. Thank you. And so, Sarah, if it's all right with you, maybe I'll kind of have you steer, since you're also very familiar with where the changes are located. And then I can just walk the council through them as we go.
Okay, and so then my approach would be to go to the places where we have material changes in that they're amended conditions from the proposed contested case order.
So I'd like to just, let's go first to the contested case section. Just so everyone's aware with what the big picture changes look like. So there's a section that describes the contested case process and issues. This section of the draft final order is really intended as procedural history. It's just intended to let folks know what has come before. But I just wanted everyone to be aware of it. Yeah, so we have the issues listed here, all the description of the evidence that was filed, cross-examination, witnesses, and hearing. Yeah, there we have the witnesses. So it's just kind of walking through everything, and then it restates the hearing officer's conclusions then. And then we have a table here that is kind of to orient everyone where the contested case issues, what the contested case issues are, and where in the hearing officer's proposed contested case order they're addressed, and then where in the draft final order they're addressed. Because this is a contested case that has a limited number of issues, it's just easier to incorporate the hearing officer's proposed contested case order into the agency's proposed order rather than the other way around. So this is the format we've set up. And if there are any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. But otherwise, we can move on to the sections where there are changes to conditions. And then I also want to point folks to the land use goal 3 exception and the way that we've kind of reconciled the hearing officer's approach with the staff's. Okay, so what you see here is the fact that we had an issue pertaining to soil protection, issue number 6, and so the draft final order is modified to reflect that, and then the department had proposed, and the hearing officer accepted this modification to soil protection condition number 1. Again, this language, I walked through all of these changes before, but this is just where in the draft final order the amended condition language is. And then in the footnote there, so if you scroll down just a little bit, it just notes the fact that the draft final order incorporates all the ALJ or the hearing officer's reasoning on this by reference. Okay, so we have the rest of the amended condition language in here.
And I think that's it on soil. Are you ready to go to land use?
Yep, thank you. Okay, and here is where we have the hearing officer's listing of the reasons. And the proposed order, just accepts these without limitation. So we have the significant adverse impacts on or lack of them on accepted farm uses, no permanent removal of land from agricultural use, economic development, availability of reliable renewable energy, promotion of the renewable energy policies of Lake County, and the fact that the facility site is of low value for agricultural production. So then we'll scroll down to the footnote there, because the department in its review accepted the minimal impacts to agriculture and local economic benefits as the reasons. And so the footnote that we added to reconcile the treatment is the middle one there. The proposed contested case order recognized these reasons as justifications for a goal 3 exception, while the department's proposed order did not, because both the department's proposed order and the proposed contested case order conclude that the reasons component of ORS 469-504 goal exception test has been satisfied. This discrepancy is immaterial. And I guess reading this out loud, the one change there, if you could make in here, is the proposed contested case order recognized all of these reasons as justifications. So add all of. While the department's proposed order recognized some of them. So again, there's different ways to handle this. It didn't sound like when I walked through it that that the council had any objections, but this seemed like a reasonable way of handling the hearing officer's slightly different approach, because it doesn't affect the overall outcome. Okay, so I think then we should move on to the other sections where we have changes to condition language. Okay. Okay, so here we have a change proposed by the department, incorporated by the hearing officer, that expands or clarifies, I guess, really, what the department ODFW and Lake County Weed Control Supervisor should be considering in evaluation of the plan, and stating specifically that it should include consideration of cheatgrass and Russian thistle.
Issues 4 and 7, 2, 3, 4, and 7. Traffic.
Okay, so this deals with the department's recommended changes to the condition dealing in part with the dust abatement and management control plan. Again, the hearing officer accepted these changes, and it specifies what the consultation on the plan should look like, what it should include at a minimum. This was intended to address some of the concerns raised by the limited parties. Okay, and here we have, in relation to issue 7, again, another change proposed by the department, accepted by the hearing officer, to public service condition number 4. And it expands what the finalization of the final construction, fire protection, and emergency response plan looks like, including documentation of coordination with local fire protection and emergency services, and then it goes on from there. Okay, and that brings us to what I believe is the last one, and this is the water rights issue that we were discussing earlier, issue number 9, and just clarifying that the 5,000 gallons per day is capped regardless of how many wells are on the property. All right, and then I believe Sarah, if I have this correct, that takes us through all of the material changes that were based on the proposed contested case order. And again, what this leaves out is our recent discussion here about the fire protection language. So with that, we had reserved time in the agenda to have a period for comments from both the applicant and the limited parties on the changes that we just walked through here in the draft final order, and on the proposed language changes addressing the fire districts. So the parties, the limited parties, the department staff, if they so choose, and then the applicant in turn. So, Madam Chair, if you would like to open a comment or material change hearing period, technically, on these issues, then we can go ahead and see if any of the limited parties have anything.
Okay. Just checking myself here. So the time is now 2:14 p.m. and we would like to well, let me stop myself, Jesse. So what order does it just open up, or does one party have to go before?
So there are a number of limited parties. I don't know that we need that there's any particular order as far as they go. I think what I'd suggest is that they have an opportunity first, and then if the department staff has anything, and then finally the applicant.
And then do we have to have any time limits, or is that just based off of how many people want to speak?
Yeah, there's no particular requirements as far as time go. And so, yeah, it's probably just dependent on the number of speakers we have.
Okay, thank you. So the time is now 2:15 p.m. and we would like to offer an opportunity for the limited party, those with limited party status and the applicants to respond to the material changes that we've made. So we're going to open up a hearing at this time. I'm going to defer to Nancy and Wally or whomever is running things to see if there are any participants willing to take advantage of this time right now.
Hello, Chair Grail. This is Wally Adams.
Hey, Wally.
Hi. We've tried to make all of the parties analysts have control over their video and button. I think there might be one left and then back in that's ours. Don't know if we want.
I'm not catching everything you're saying, and so
Probably a little far from the mic. I was suggesting maybe we just go through them one by one to see if they have comments that they would like to make. So in alphabetical order, I think the first one is Derek Green.
okay. So I'm just going to sit back and ask you to control that part of this conversation.
Yeah, so can I jump in? I think, Mr. Green represents the applicant. I think it's probably more appropriate to let the applicant go last in case there are other comments that other limited parties make, and they have an opportunity to respond to those as well. So I think maybe, if there's anybody who, either attorneys representing the limited parties or the limited parties themselves, please identify yourself, either if you're an attendee by unmuting yourself and showing your screen, or if you are simply on the attendees, raise your hand or some other way identify that you would like to provide a comment.
Good call. Thanks for the help, Todd.
Keeping an eye on the attendee list, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Not seeing anything among the panelists either. Jesse, I'll defer to you in terms of when you feel it's appropriate to move on to the department, but I'm not seeing anybody from the limited parties.
The only attorney that I'm seeing on the list that it was Julian Mars. He is from the Office of the Attorneys that represented the limited parties. So you may want to specifically ask if Julian Mars has any comments.
Thanks, Patrick.
Wally Adams again. Mr. Mars, you should have control over your mic. If you would like to make a comment, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I think, Jesse, it looks like you're talking, but you're on mute.
Had to happen once. Yeah, so since it looks like we don't have any comments from the limited parties, I don't know if the department would like to comment at this time or not.
The department doesn't have any comments. All of the material changes that have been discussed, the department is on board with them.
Thank you, Patrick.
And moving on to the applicant.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elaine Albridge. I'm permitting counsel for Obsidian Renewables and Obsidian Solar Center. With me today is Derek Green, my co-counsel, along with representatives from the applicant, Michelle Slater and Lori Hutchinson on the line. We'll keep this brief. Thank you very much for your time today and your diligence in reviewing this project. We are very excited to be before you today. It's been a long haul through COVID and all. So today is a really, we're very happy to be here. We are satisfied with the final order as proposed before you. We do not have concerns about the proposed revisions to the fire management plan or that language. We think that actually helps clarify for the record how we're going to navigate those conversations through pre-construction compliance. So thank you for that clarification. And with that, unless there's any questions, we'll just go ahead and close for the day and say thank you very much for your consideration and approval of this project.
Thank you for your comments, Elaine. It's good to see you as well. Does anyone from council have any comments, questions? Well, hearing none, then Jesse, I'm kicking back to you for where we are next.
Okay, thank you, Chair Grail. And I believe where we are next is coming to a motion. We are, there's motion language, I think that it should be before you that is drafted as a sample. We have a couple of loose ends to tie up here. There is the draft final order that's been presented to you, but we'll also need to incorporate the scrivener's error corrections and the new language concerning the fire districts. I think the motion in general should be, if based on what I've heard and the lack of objection to the proposed contested case order, dispositions of the issues, and acceptance of Kalantari Weather's presentation on the proposed order. If there is a motion to approve the site certificate, I would recommend that it goes beyond that to then adopt the draft final order with the Scrivener's error corrections that were discussed today, and with the changes to the fire district language. And I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly where that would go in the draft final order. So there may be a more precise way of saying that, but that's what I would suggest for motion language.
All right, thank you. Did anyone catch all that? I made some notes, but I can't make the motion, so.
I made some notes and I'll make a stab at it.
All right,
And
way to
I'll
go,
be-
Vice Chair.
I'll be welcome
help.
to receive anyone's amendments that, if I miss something, are needed. So, Madam Chair, I move that the council approve the proposed order and the proposed contested case order with the Scrivener's error corrections and the new language concerning fire protection as the final order as recommended, and issue a site certificate approving the Obsidian Solar Center request, and adopt the final order with the Scrivener error changes and the language concerning the fire protection.
I'll
think that's-
second that, but do we need, this is Hanley, do we need the language for the fire district and where it goes? Jesse, Patrick?
Sarah, if you could pull up the version of the language that we have all agreed on here.
Kent, how about amending your motion to include as presented on the screen? And I'll second that.
Okay, yeah, I can amend that. Let me ask this, would it be in order to also specify the page number and the line number that the change starts at, or getting that specific, or is it as shown on the page adequate?
I think as shown on the page is adequate, in part because as we start to clear red line, et cetera, the page number and line numbers will change.
Yeah, okay, good. So I'll amend my motion to the language concerning the fire protection district is as shown on the page that we're looking at on screen now.
I'll second that. Ms. Hanley.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Unless Jesse or Todd have anything to say about that, then I'll ask, are there any additional comments or questions on the motion?
I would just say that I captured the motion.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary.
Sorry, this is Cindy. I'm wondering if, since we're not mentioning the page number, if we should mention the section that this is included in, because the page that we're looking at isn't going to be trackable to anyone.
It's section IVM, Public Services, the evaluation of fire protection service providers.
So can you say that again, Sarah?
Section IVM, Public Services, under the evaluation of fire service providers. Fire.
Just preceding the public services condition number 4.
So I included the location parenthetically in the motion, if that works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. We know where it is. Any additional comments, questions?
Well, I guess this is Hanley. My only comment is, I hope the applicants hear us when we say that we think the exceptions process needs more work on these applications. And I understand this application was submitted before we've kind of encouraged applicants to do that, but I think it's important that they understand that we believe that if you're going to take an exception to goal 3, it needs to be better information provided for reasons why.
Thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, and this is Kent. I agree. They need exceptions to the goals need to be really robust in their preparation that to establish the findings that we need in order to give approval. So
My presumption is that staff, when they are working with the applicants, will help relay that message very clearly as this happens in the future. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments on the motion?
Call for the question.
I'm sorry.
Call for the question.
Okay, just checking. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Ken Howe,
yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes,
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
thank you. I would just like to say thank you to everyone that was involved. That was a lot of dialogue, and I hope that the developers and the public hear the work that not only staff puts into these issues, but council into making sure we're upholding our obligations. So thank you to everyone. Next on the agenda is public comment period. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment, which includes the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line proposed order and the Obsidian Solar Center proposed order. I'm going to look to Nancy and Wally to work through and see if anyone in the public wishes to make any comments at this time.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
There was in either the chat or the Q&A early on in the meeting, a kind of a question that was raised that I thought might be helpful to answer as well. So the question was, who was the council member who resigned? And just to be clear, it was Phil Stenbeck. And the characterization was, who was it that resigned due to a conflict of interest? And I just wanted to be clear that Councilmember Stenbeck did not resign due to conflicts of interest at all. He resigned for personal reasons, so not for conflicts of interest.
Thank you. All right, so we've got that comment, and again, Nancy and Wally can let us know if there's anyone wishing to make comments.
And just to be sure, can we bring up the slide which reminds people of how to raise their hand?
Yes, hi Todd, this is Wally, and Nancy just made me presenter so that I can do that. Bear with me a moment.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, so hopefully everyone can see that. So if you'd like to make a comment at this time, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx. to be able to find the little raise your hand icon.
Wally, my screen is black.
Yeah, we lost your instructions.
Thank you for letting me know that. Let's.
It
try
showed
that
for,
again.
showed for
Yeah,
about
we
30
had-
seconds and then went black.
Okay. Bet that'll work better. How does that look?
There you go.
Okay. So again, if you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand feature. Most people, it will probably look this in the bottom right side of the participant
Wally?
window. There's a little.
I don't know if anybody else can hear you, but I can hardly hear you.
Let me just try speaking a little louder.
Okay.
Your raise your hand icon should be in the lower right portion of the participants window, and just click on that. If you're a call-in user, please hit *3 on your phone. Nancy, please let us know if you see any hands raised.
I am not seeing any at this time.
Well, let's give it a minute, and if not, then we'll be moving on. Anyone wishes to speak, please follow the instructions. Last call for anyone wishing to make any comments. Hearing none, I'm closing the public comment period at 2:35 p.m. Thank you. At this time, our next agenda item is the Protected Areas, Scenic Resources and Recreation Standards Rulemaking Project Update. This is an information item provided by Christopher Clark, Siting Policy Analyst and FSEC Rules Coordinator. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grail. Just to check, can you all hear me okay and see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Well, as Chair Grail mentioned, for the record, my name is Christopher Clark. I am a Siting Policy Analyst with the department and the Council's Rules Coordinator. Today, I will be giving an update on the Protected Area Scenic Resources and Recreation Standards Rulemaking Project. Before I start, I did want to note that Susan Gear had hoped to provide a public comment related to this agenda item during the public comment period, and she sent that in writing since she was not available to appear in person, and I have forwarded that to all of you. So that will be included in the record for this rulemaking project, but I just want to make sure you were aware that that was there, and I'll try to summarize it when we get to the issue related to her comments. As part of my presentation today, I'm just going to give you a quick background and procedural history of this project, and then the bulk of the presentation will be a discussion of the issues, staff's preliminary recommendations, and a summary of the feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders on the issues so far. I just want to note that the council is not being asked to take any formal rulemaking action during this agenda item, and it is an information item, but we are hoping that this will be a good opportunity for you all to give any preliminary thoughts or policy direction you want before we come back to you with proposed rules. We do kind of have a plan lined out for how to conduct the rest of this rulemaking, so I'll be asking for your feedback on that as well at the end of the presentation. So for the background, back in 2018 during the rulemaking schedule update, staff recommended that the council include a project related to the protected areas and scenic resources standards, as well as a property owner notification requirement issue. That property owner notification issue was addressed in the 2019 housekeeping rulemaking that we did. And so this rulemaking became just about the protected areas and scenic resources standards and a few, not really housekeeping issues, but kind of administrative updates we wanted to make to those standards. When we were doing the scoping for getting ready to ask the council to initiate the rulemaking, we identified a number of other issues and also thought that it would be appropriate to pull in the recreation standards since those three standards all cover similar resources. So when the council was asked to initiate rulemaking, staff recommended that the scope be related, or the scope include any issues related to the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation standards and their associated rules and information requirements. Council agreed and also reviewed and agreed with our objectives that we identified for the projects, which just very quickly are to ensure that those three standards clearly identify the resources and values they're intended to protect, that they are consistent with the siting policy found in ORS 469-310, and that where possible, we would improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the council's review process and procedures by resolving any ambiguity, lack of clarity, or inconsistency that were identified in the rules. So as far as the procedural history, council initiated the informal part of this rulemaking back in October of 2020. And as part of that first step, the department went ahead and solicited some preliminary written feedback from stakeholders on our early analysis. And we got a number of comments that asked us to do some more stakeholder engagement and go ahead and do some, I think either a RAC or rulemaking workshops was the recommendation there. When we came back to you and presented that in April of last year, the council authorized us to go out and conduct a series of rulemaking workshops, which we did over the summer and fall of 2021. Since that time, we've been looking at everything that we heard, and we've been kind of revising our analysis and coming up with some more refined recommendations, and that is what brings us to today. So as I mentioned before, today we'll just be giving you our preliminary, or our, I guess, revised preliminary analysis and recommendations, and asking you for any feedback. And then as a reminder, we are still very much in the informal phases. So if the council does want us to make any changes to any of the rule language or recommendations that we've put forward, we can certainly do that. And our hope is to make any of those changes that you think are appropriate and get another round of informal comment before we come back to you and ask you to issue the notice of proposed rulemaking, which is really the start of the formal rulemaking process. And there's a lot more restrictions on the kind of changes that we can make in response to formal public comments and the comments made at the rulemaking hearing. Any questions on kind of the procedural parts of this before I get into an overview of the issues? And I, like Chair Grail, maybe have a very small screen with your icons on them, so just feel free to interrupt me if anything does come up.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to give, we have about a dozen issues that we've identified for this project. I'm going to give a quick overview of each one, and then I'll go through them in more detail. I know you've had a long day already, so I will try to keep this pretty high level, but as much as you want to dive into the details or the technical aspects of any of these issues, I'm happy to do so. So this is really your chance to give as much or as little input as you want on our recommendations, and we'll try to keep it moving at a fairly brisk pace. Okay, so the first issue on our docket is that the current rules do not require the department or the applicant to give notice or request comment from the manager of a protected area that may be affected by a proposed facility. And so this would be if there's a national park within the study area for a facility, there's no requirement to give the National Park Service a notice. We are recommending, based on the feedback that we've heard from different stakeholders, to require that public notice be given, and that we're requiring the information requirements for the NOI and the application be revised to require the applicant to provide that contact information. Okay, next is an issue related to the construction of the three standards that we're looking at. Essentially, the scenic resources and recreation standards limit the scope of council findings to resources within the analysis area identified in the project order. The protected area standard does not require that kind of limitation. And to improve consistency between the three standards, we're recommending that the scenic resources and recreation standards be amended to remove the reference to the analysis area, basically. Next are a couple issues that were raised by stakeholders during the rulemaking project. The first is that we got some comments that the study areas, so that's the area that needs to be used in the analysis for the NOI, are too big for facilities, but especially for renewable energy facilities and solar facilities in particular. We are not recommending any changes on that time, but I can go through kind of some of the thoughts and alternatives that we considered. We also got a recommendation that the council limit the study areas to just areas within Oregon's borders, so kind of clip them at the edges of the state. We're also not recommending changes related to that. Next, and there's two issues related to kind of the dates used to determine when things are applicable or when things are things. So this first one is that in the protected area standard, there is currently a limitation on the council's ability to consider, or basically the definition of protected area doesn't include anything designated after May 11th, 2007. The idea might have been that we would keep the rule up to date, but that hasn't happened. And since that time, there's been a lot of new protected areas designated. So we're recommending that we remove that date, allowing the council to consider impacts to any protected areas that are established after that review, but also established during the review of a proposed facility. And so I'll get into that a little bit more during the more detailed conversation. The next issue, which is issue 4, is that the protected areas standard contains a list of categories of protected areas that fall within the council standard, but also some specific examples and some kind of sub lists. And those sub lists are incomplete and out of date in many cases. So we've proposed some kind of mostly administrative changes to remove all the specific examples and make the rule just a list of categories, and hopefully that will be more clear and will reduce the need for future rulemaking to keep things up to date. We considered an issue to whether or not the council should add outstanding resource waters designated by the Environmental Quality Commission to protected areas under the protected area standard. For a few reasons, we are recommending against doing that. And I can describe those reasons more later. Issue 6 is that we had looked at some of the language in the exception from the prohibition on siting a facility within the boundaries of a protected area. Certain transmission lines and gas lines can be sited within a protected area if a certain exception is met. I don't know, some of you may remember the council had a discussion about the wording of that exception some time ago, and we are proposing some clarifying language in response to that discussion, really. Issue 7 is that the scenic resources standard does not basically include scenic resources identified as significant or important by state land management plans, but it does include resources identified by local, tribal, and federal plans. So we are recommending that the council amend the standard to include state plans and regional plans as well, and I'll describe that in more detail. And then this is the final kind of summary slide, which was all new issues raised during the process. And one was just related to the applicability of any new standards. Several stakeholders were concerned that if we were to change the standard while a project is under review, it would prejudice the applicant for that project. We discussed a lot of issues. We discussed some options to kind of address that in a more general way, but we are recommending that the council do specify in each of the rules that we're recommending for changes now that the rule will only apply to new applications and requests for amendment. So I can describe that further. But again, this is the second of the 2 issues. One is related to what do you do about the applicability of standards and rules, and one is what do you do about new designations of protected areas. Try to make sure to keep those clear. The issue 9 is that a lot of people raised concerns that the council's scenic resources standard, and I guess all 3 of these standards that consider visual impacts need to be more specific in the methods that are used to assess visual impacts. We had a lot of conversations, and quite frankly, I think there was a lot of agreement that there could be improvements to the way the council or applicants, I guess, conduct their visual impact assessments, but because of the kind of technical and not really, the technical nature of the issue and the lack of consensus about what specific methods would be appropriate, we think that a separate rulemaking would be appropriate just to address that issue. And I'll talk about that more kind of when we get to the next steps. And then finally, we had one comment that recommended the council clarify the criteria for identifying important recreational opportunities. Again, I think we agree that in principle there could be some improvement made, but we didn't actually hear any specific recommendations from stakeholders on how the rule could be better. So we're not recommending changes now, although we may bring this issue back in the future. And then one thing that's listed in my staff report, and I didn't list in this, but is related to Ms. Gear's comment, is that a lot of people kind of brought up the issue that we have standards that protect different kinds of protected areas, and some of those protected areas are designated to protect their ecological values, I guess, and the kind of impacts we look at are typically impacts to human users, and a lot of people said we should be looking at maybe impacts to habitat. I think Ms. Gear brought up specifically impacts to native plant communities and things like that. And so they just wanted us to be looking at those ecological values and ecological impacts as well as human user impacts particularly when we're considering the evaluation of protected areas designated to protect ecological values, which is a mouthful. We don't have a specific recommendation or really even issue kind of associated with that concept now, but it was a theme that came up many times, and it's something that I think we'll definitely carry forward into our application process review rulemaking when we're looking at all the standards and kind of maybe looking at how these standards interact with the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard and the Threatened and Endangered Species Standard to see if there is really a gap in what we're reviewing and if there's some way that we can improve the way that we look at these resources specifically. Okay, so that was the quick rundown. If there's any questions now, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can go through these issues a little more slowly and in a little more detail.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Christopher at this time?
Okay. So the first issue, as I mentioned, is related to notice to protected areas managers. The council's rules kind of have noticing requirements at several points throughout the siting review process. I like to think that those noticing requirements fall into three major categories. The first category is that in several places the rules require solicitation of comments and recommendations from reviewing agencies. Those are typically our state agency partners that might have subject matter expertise over a particular area. We'll get them to comment on the NOI to identify the initial scope of the review, and then they will be involved in the completeness review for the preliminary application to make sure that all resources have been addressed and that any important issues are identified. The second big category is public notices, which go out slightly less frequently than the reviewing agency notice, but also completely throughout the process. And it's a way to inform the public about the proposed project and also give the public an opportunity to raise any concerns that they may have with the proposed project. And then the third category is property owner notifications, which, as you all know, gives notice to people that own property immediately adjacent to a facility so that they, one, know what's happening right next to them, and two, so that they can raise any concerns that might affect their personal interests as well. There is currently no requirement that we would give notice to a protected area if that protected area is just in the study area for a proposed facility, unless it was already considered a reviewing agency or it happened to be located within the property owner notification distances, which are typically between 250 and 500 feet for our projects. And that's from the site boundary or the edge of the property that the site is on, but still it's not a very big distance when we're considering the 20-mile study area for protected areas. We looked at three different alternatives, and in a nutshell, those are: one, taking no action and just relying on those existing notification requirements; two, specifying that anytime a protected area is identified in the NOI or in the ASC, that the manager of that protected area is a reviewing agency and will be asked to provide consultation and recommendation at all the times that reviewing agency is asked to provide comment and recommendation. And then three, requiring that public notice be given to the protected area managers at any time public notice is given. I wanted to give you all just an idea of what the universe of protected area managers are. Most protected areas in Oregon are either managed by one of four of the federal land management agencies. That's the National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Service, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. State protected areas are typically managed by one of three state agencies: the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of State Lands, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. There's a small subset of protected areas called state natural areas, or as the rule currently refers to them, state natural heritage areas, that are designated by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission, but they're actually owned and operated by other agencies. And some of those are operated or managed by private entities, including the Nature Conservancy or another land trust, and sometimes private landowners as well. We heard a lot of support from stakeholders that some sort of notice should be given to protected area managers, and that, you know, I think most people agreed that early coordination with those managers is important and would help improve the siting process. But there wasn't a lot of consensus about what the right mechanism was. But when we had the conversation about potentially appointing those federal agencies as reviewing agencies, there was some concern that we would be, you know, obligating them to participate when they might not have the resources or staff to do so, and that we may be kind of burdening the applicants with the job of, you know, doing that consultation when it may not be necessary. We talked to our federal partners as well, and, you know, most of them thought that a public notice would be sufficient as long as it happened early enough in the process that they could get their comments together. A lot of the concern is just involving the long lead times that federal agencies often need to participate in public processes outside of their jurisdiction. So we are recommending that that public notice alternative be the one that is pursued. We have some kind of tricky stuff with implementation. One, because there's about a dozen public notice rules scattered throughout OAR Chapter 3, 4, 5. And while we could go through and amend each one to say that a protected area identified in an NOI or application should receive public notice, we actually think it may be better to just consolidate those in a future rulemaking, and at that time we can address some inconsistencies between some of the different noticing rules as well. So in the interim, we're probably just asking the council to provide us with policy direction to add those protected area managers to a special mailing list. And that way they'll get the public notice for now, and then we can make the formal rule amendment at a future rulemaking. One of the concerns with this recommendation that came up was that it's hard to track down appropriate contacts at some of the property protected area managing agencies, particularly during COVID. You know, if we send a hard, just a paper notice to the National Park Service regional headquarters or something, you know, there may not be staff in the office to route that to the person who would be able to respond to it. You know, it's hard to track down specific individuals at the actual offices for the protected areas themselves. It's not impossible though, so we are recommending that to address this, that we do amend the information requirements in Division 20 and 21 to require the applicant to do a little homework and get us reasonably available contact information for the protected areas managers. Many of the developers and other stakeholders thought that the council or the department, more accurately, could help this process along by publishing some of this information, or at least kind of giving a source of, you know, here's where you should start, or here's how you should go about getting the individual contact information. We think that's worth considering and is something we could possibly provide in the applicant guide in the future, or at least get the headquarters information that's readily available in one single place to kind of give applicants a head start. That's something we'll look at further, but probably outside of the rulemaking process. And so, yeah, in a nutshell, that's our recommendation, is to just make sure that the protected areas managers get a public notice at any time. We send out public notices to other interested persons, and that we would be changing the information requirements to collect to get the contact information from the applicant. So, like I said, this is really your opportunity to weigh in. If you have any questions or deliberation or further direction to us, we welcome it. I won't belabor it too much, though, if you don't.
Thank you, Christopher. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this time?
Can you go back to the options, Christopher?
Yeah. Councilmember Condon.
Oh, thanks. I thought somebody else had something to say. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned about if we're talking about protected areas. I mean, who better? I mean, I don't quite understand why the second alternative wouldn't be better. And maybe I don't understand necessarily the reviewing agency. I presume if you get a notice and you don't respond as a reviewing agency, that just wouldn't be considered in the mix. I mean, there'd be no comment to consider. But it seems to me the manager has the most information, and if they're mentioned in the site application, why they wouldn't become important for input, ongoing input into the project, especially as they go on for years and years and years, you know, as the process before the certificate is issued can go on for years and years and years. So as opposed to just that one, you know, the one notice with the notice of intent, I don't know why we wouldn't want to have the area managers included along the way.
Councilmember Condon, I can respond that I think there's pros and cons to saying you're a reviewing agency, or like you are just being asked to provide comment as, you know, any other member of the public. But under either alternative, they would be getting notices throughout the process. So a public notice, for example, goes out at the NOI, and then it goes out. There's not as much involvement in the completeness review, but once the complete application is received, we send out a public notice. We send out a public notice of the DPO of the proposed order, and there may be one more public notice that I'm not thinking about for the citing process, but they would continue to get notices throughout the process. They just wouldn't be asked to, one, participate in the completeness review, and they wouldn't get the memorandum that like kind of gives them a specific request for input that a reviewing agency would get.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that the managers were just receiving that first note, that there's a notice of intent. And so it's at the very beginning of the process, which I think is good. But after that, they wouldn't receive ongoing notices. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and that maybe we had another alternative that we would basically just do an early consult with them and say, you know, at the NOI phase, do you want to be a reviewing agency? And we decided that was untenable, I think, exactly for the reasons that you mentioned. Projects can go on for years, personnel changes, projects change. So we thought whatever alternative we pursue, it was important that it be carried out throughout the entirety of a project.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Yeah, this is Hanley. I think just general public notice rather than a reviewing agency, because their comments are going to be specific to their protected area. And, you know, I think the notice to them needs to be specific enough so that they can respond accordingly. And but I agree with Cindy that they need to be kept in the loop as we go through the process, at least initially.
Agreed. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
To conserve time, I concur with both Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Condon as well.
Thank you. Well, Christopher, I don't know what else you may need or you want to share at this point.
I might make an additional comment. Specific names for agencies or organizations, that's going to be tough. I know that in the B2H process for BLM, we had managers that changed annually or even more frequently than that. So I don't know, you're asking the applicant to provide those names for you, but I think it's more important that it gets to the right place in the right organization.
Councilmember Jenkins, thank you for that. Yeah, and that was a comment we also heard from the stakeholders, both the developers and the protected area managers themselves. And in some cases, they were able to say that there is a specific position, but we, I think, kind of heard that if we could send a notice to the headquarters or to a generic inbox, it would be routed to the right person, and that would be good enough. And if we were able to identify the correct individual within the agency, that we could, maintain that relationship, and that the siting analysts would be able to work with them. So the level of specificity is unclear. The way that we wrote the rule was to just require reasonably available contact information. Hopefully that strikes a balance, but we'll keep that in mind.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments?
This is Kent, and I just say another excellent presentation by Mr. Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Well, with that,
So sorry, just we're only issue 2 on the presentation.
Yeah, two of 12. And in the interest of time, though, I might go back to my summary slide and actually just ask you if there are specific issues you'd maybe like more information on, rather than going through them all one by one.
First of all, I want to apologize. When I thought you had kind of wrapped up when you said here we are, and I just totally didn't even look at the agenda anymore. So I apologize. You do what you got to do. I'm so sorry.
So
I apologize as well.
So if I can chime in, I know it's already been a long meeting, and the last agenda item really took it out of us. So I mean, I think if you do have sort of the mental capacity to continue on, I think it would be valuable for us to get feedback, today on this. But we could also, revisit this at a future meeting if you felt you were done today.
Well, council, what's your pleasure?
Well, we're not meeting in March, so we probably better keep marching on here. I don't want to cause us to have a meeting in March.
All right, Christopher, you've got our attention. We are here with you. And again,
Okay.
I apologize for not realizing where we were in the program.
Chair Grill, no apology necessary, and I will try to keep these brief and painless for you all. Okay, so the second issue, and I'll just summarize this a little more, is just that the recreation standard and the scenic resources standard say that the council must find that there's no significant impact to a recreation opportunity within the analysis area, or a scenic resource for a plan identified in a plan for lands within the analysis area. The protected area standard doesn't have that limitation on it. And I'll show you the rule language here. the issue is a little academic. Basically, the way that the scenic resources and recreation standards are written, if someone, and most likely a member of the public or other intervener in the public hearings on the DPO, were to introduce evidence that said there may be an impact to a resource outside of the analysis area, the standards right now technically don't allow that evidence to be considered because it's outside of the analysis area. The reason I say it's a little academic is because, one, the analysis areas are intended to capture the entire range of potential impacts. So the idea that there might be impacts outside is it is possible, but it's unlikely. And then the second reason is that the project order can be amended at any time. So if the council did want to consider a resource outside of the analysis area, it could change the project order. To do so, it just have to take that extra procedural step. That said, we're recommending that the reference to the project order in the scenic resources and recreation standards be removed. We think that'll just be cleaner, and it's also just, I think, on a more, I don't know if philosophical is the right word, but the project order is really intended to shape the body of evidence that the council makes its findings on, not, I think, limit the council's findings themselves. So we're just recommending that there be consistency, and we're recommending on the side of removing the reference to the project order in the scenic resources and recreation standards. So if there's any questions on this, council member comment?
I don't have a question. I just think that is my preferred alternative as well.
Well, so Madam Chair, this is Hanley. I support consistency between the three of them, but I am a little concerned that we're going from the specific to the more general with recreation and scenic resources. I don't know, it just seems like you're going out there beyond the analysis area. How far?
Well, we would not be requiring the applicant to provide evidence for anything outside of the analysis area.
Oh,
and the
okay.
council would still be weighing the preponderance of the evidence in the record. So this would only make a difference if somebody else said, one, we think there is an impact to a resource outside of the analysis, two, like we're willing to, I guess, assume the burden of evidence to demonstrate that that is the case.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's helpful clarification. Thank you.
Hearing nothing else on that issue, I'll go ahead and keep moving forward. The next issue is that, as I mentioned, we had a couple of stakeholders recommend that study areas in rule are too large. We had one recommendation that the protected area standard, which is currently has a study area of 20 miles, be reduced to 10 for all facilities. And then another recommendation that the study area for any impacts to protected areas, scenic resources, or recreation opportunities be reduced to 1 mile specifically for solar photovoltaic facilities. Just as a reminder, currently the study areas established in rule are 5 miles for recreation, 10 miles for scenic resources, and 20 miles for protected areas. And then a lot of the conversation we had centered was, the study areas are meant to be representative of the kinds of impacts that we're expecting. I won't go into this diagram too much, but each of the different standards kind of mentions, I think they all have the general significant adverse impact language in them, but within the specific information requirements, it kind of lists these different specific things. There's general, I don't know, consensus, but kind of general agreement that the impacts with the largest distance at least for the kinds of facilities that we're seeing now, tend to be the visual impacts. We just had a lot of comments that when facilities are getting larger, and so, you know, the 10-mile scenic resources study area for impacts from wind facilities may not be sufficient, and there's some evidence that suggests that a much larger study area would be appropriate. You know, the impacts for solar facilities may be smaller, but probably not 1 mile. 1 mile may be too small. So long story short, do not recommend any changes to the study areas now. We think that this, you know, we can keep looking, and if we get an empirical basis to make a rule change in the future, you know, we'll definitely bring that to you. But for now, we think the study areas are probably the right sizes.
Ms. Hanley, my only comment would be that I agree.
Thank you, Hanley.
This is Cindy, me too.
Thank you, Cindy.
This is Kenton. I do as well.
All right. Oh.
Yep.
Hey, Jordan.
Basically 24,000.
Sorry, I got a phone call. I'm here.
It's all good. I
Maybe
think
also-
you've got a good indication there.
The next issue is also related to the study areas, and as I mentioned before, we had a stakeholder recommend that study areas just be clipped to the borders of the state. This slide is kind of meant to illustrate that, you know, when we have a project proposed close to the border, the study areas can extend into a neighboring state. We had some questions on whether the council can even consider resources in other states, but we are not aware of any limitation on the council's ability to do so. And second, that we had a lot of comments from stakeholders that for the types of resources that would be captured under these standards, residents of Oregon are likely to value and use the resources, you know, close to them wherever they are. So if there is a important protected area in Washington state close to the border, you know, that's something that's probably important to the people in the communities that might be affected by a proposed facility. And then I guess the other thing I wanted to comment is that some resources are already limited to Oregon, and it really depends on the standard. So for example, the protected area standard currently only covers like Oregon state parks. So a Washington state park wouldn't be covered by the protected area standard, but it could still be brought in if it was determined to be an important recreational opportunity and the recreation standard, and conceivably under the scenic resources standard too. So I think that might be where some of the initial confusion came from. It's just unclear on how these three standards interact, especially with extraterritorial issues. But we think that right now the system is working, and that there should be some consideration given at least to you know, the resources that would be currently captured under the standards. So we're not recommending any changes on this issue either. Okay, this third issue is related to the date in the protected area standard, and that standard refers to designations in effect as of May 11, 2007. We have a few options on how to address that date. We think it needs to be updated, so we don't think a no action alternative is appropriate here, but we could either put in a new date, basically the date of effectiveness of new rules. We could remove the date altogether so that anytime there's a newly designated area, the council would consider that in its final decision. Or three, we could kind of put in a milestone for designations, similar to what is currently done for like local applicable substantive criteria. And that could either be based on the date of the project order, the date of submission of the preliminary application, or some other milestone. I just wanted to give a really quick overview of some of the additional protected area designations that have happened since 2007. In 2009, there was a federal congressional action that added 100,000 acres of wilderness and I think several miles of wild and scenic rivers as well. In 2019, there was another act that established the Devil's Staircase Wilderness Area and then added 280 river miles of wild and scenic rivers. In 2019, I think it's OPRD that designates state scenic waterways. They designated the first state scenic waterway that had been added in quite a while, and they're currently doing a candidate study for a section of the South Umpqua River. There's a new wildlife area that's currently under development, and I think ODFW just authorized the purchase of 15,000 acres to be the basis of that wildlife area last year. And then I actually have lost track of where it is, but as many of you have probably heard, there's a proposal currently under consideration by the legislature to create a new research forest at the Elliott State Forest. So this is just to really illustrate that new protected areas are designated, not all the time, but pretty frequently. It's worth giving some flexibility, I think, in the rules to keep us from having to go back and basically change the rule every year or so to capture whatever's been added. For that reason, we're recommending that the council will just remove the date and allow the council to address any new protected areas that are designated or established. And I put well facilities under review because really, if something did come up in the middle of a review process, this would require the council to take that into effect. You need to make your decision based on what's in place at the time that the decision is made. A lot of applicants and other industry representatives raised some concerns about how this might affect the process. And there's probably some more work that needs to be done there. We definitely think that if an issue related to a newly designated protected area was raised during the public hearings, it could be addressed through the contested case. If there were significant impacts, this could potentially require somebody to either provide supplemental evidence or to even go back and revise their project application. But in many cases, or most cases even, protected areas they don't pop up overnight, and they're reasonably foreseeable if there's an area that's sensitive or eligible for designation pretty far in advance. Go ahead, Councilmember Conlon.
Thank you. So a question I had with respect to this one was, so I get the concern about if the site application is in the review process and a new designation is made, that maybe it not be considered. But once the application the site certificate is issued, I was concerned about the amendment process. So if I understand the timing correctly, with amendments, we could be almost 10 years out from site application to construction. And is there an opportunity or to say, yep, the site certificate is approved with the designations as they are, but if an amendment is asked for, we issue the site certificate and says you'll start construction within 2 years and the project will be complete in 3. But if they make an amendment or request an amendment for an extension, it seems to me that new designations should be considered. I'll throw that out there.
Councilmember Condon, if I'm understanding correctly, yeah, if a project was approved, if we did anything aside from the first alternative, which is just to update the rule, if there was a request for amendment, I think, especially one involving extension of debt timelines, the applicant would be required to take a look at changes in factor law, and those changes could include the designation of new protected areas. And I think there's probably some nuance to how it works, but you know, there's two parts to the protected area standard. One part is you can't be inside of a protected area unless you qualify for one of the exceptions, and those are just for linear facilities. And then the second part is you can't have a significant adverse impact. So if a project was approved and then they turned out that they were, you know, a solar facility, and the area where it was proposed for is now a area of critical environmental concern, or it's now inside of a protected area boundaries, that may kill the project. It may kill the project anyways, you know, but if it's just the impacts analysis, we would probably be looking more at, you know, would the council continue with its finding that there's no significant adverse impact to these new protected areas? And if so, I think there may be some questions on how exactly you would address that. But it wouldn't, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about these take a long time from, you know, preliminary application. And how do the designations as they change? I mean, you on your slide, you had, I think, 5 projects in the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years. And so how would they be considered over a period of time? Will they be recognized? So yeah, thanks.
So, Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Hanley?
So I'm a little concerned about, you know, the goalpost rule here. Being a former land use planner, I tend to believe that once you've submitted your either your preliminary application or the department's come forward with a project order, that pretty much should stop the need to evaluate new areas. And I think that, you know, I agree that if they pursue an amendment, that they need to, you know, all the standards are back on the table and they need to take new information into account. But once the application is started, I'm a little concerned that some organization may try to jump ahead of the process and make some requirements that aren't there at the time the application is submitted. I think there's a fairness question here about what it is that the applicant has to address as a part of the application.
And this is Cindy again, and I agree with that, but I also think people can jump ahead to submit an application and then take the time, you know, to complete the application process too. But I absolutely agree, once they've submitted an application, that it be reviewed based on what was existing at the time. But if there's an amendment, that new designations could be considered. So I agree with you.
Okay.
Thank you for those comments.
Before I move ahead, I guess I would like to clarify if I'm hearing that the council would like us to consider some sort of goal posting more thoroughly, or if you disagree with our recommendation to not use any sort of goal posting.
Yeah, so Christopher, this is Hanley. You know, your statement here is established while a facility is under review, and I'm saying established prior to, and I don't care what threshold you use, whether it's preliminary application, project order, but some threshold at the beginning of the process.
Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. Are there any, I guess, concerns from other council members about going forward with that? One thing that we can, I mean, you'll come back to this to make your final decision. So basically, we're just looking for if the council has a clear preference now, and we can include that in what we send out next. But if that's what the council would like, that is totally fine.
This is Kent, and I'm on board with that as well. That,
Thank you, Kent.
yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so for the record, Todd Cornett, just wanted to kind of clarify because just to make sure, so issue 3 and issue 8 are both about sort of effective dates. And I just want to make sure that, you're kind of tracking the difference. So this one is specifically, assuming the council, approves, new protected area standards, this would be, a future application and then a protected area going into effect during that application. And that's what Chris talked about, and that's what you discussed. Issue 8 is about the effective date of these rules. And so whether or not, if you're adopting these rules today, would they apply to somebody currently in application? So I just wanted to clarify that there are two sort of effective date issues, number 3 and number 8. And you could have the same response for both of them, which would be fine. But I just want to make sure that you're distinguishing kind of the difference between the two of them, and that your responses, at least, you're taking into consideration those differences, and that your responses are reflective of that.
Well, I think my position is that the goalpost rule should apply to both.
Okay, and which is fine. I just wanted to make sure that you're kind of tracking that there are two effective date issues.
And this is Kent, and that's my position as well.
Noted.
Great, thank you. That is good, and we can definitely make this revision in our analysis and revise our kind of draft proposed rules that we send out for informal review to reflect that, and then you'll have another opportunity to revisit this question. So issue 4 is just about the list of protected areas itself. I will just say, it's a list, so this is kind of a really a administrative in the weeds question. But some people say they really like having specific examples in the list because it, kind of helps them know what to look for. Other people commented that the list it just gets out of date so fast that it does more harm than good. I tend to fall in the second camp, and for that reason, we're recommending just streamlining that the list of protected areas in the rule, although, we may think about improving some information resource that we provide outside of the rule itself. So we can either link to data sets, link to the different websites where people can find, the list of wildlife areas that are current, or that sort of thing. The staff report has the resources I use to identify what's currently there. So that information is out there. But we would definitely be streamlining the rule itself and relying more on the underlying laws authorizing the designation of those areas rather than, listing out the laundry list of the different names. I'll just go through quickly. We do have some changes to the list that are a little more substantive. One would be the removal of national coordination areas, just because these are like federally owned properties that are managed by the state and are really considered to be state wildlife areas. We'd be adding special resource management units, which is like watershed districts established on U.S. Forest Service lands through acts of Congress. That was recommended by a stakeholder, and then based on some comments that the current rule includes Bureau of Land Management areas of critical environmental concern, outstanding natural areas, and research natural areas. The analog for an area of critical environmental concern on U.S. Forest Service lands is called a special interest area. And we were recommended that we should include those. So we've, just to make that, we didn't know why it would just be limited to BLM land, except for that most energy facilities are located near BLM land and not Forest Service land. So we think this would just like include those equivalents. And then we'd also be including federally established experimental forests and ranges, because many of the OSU programs that are kind of referenced in the OSU specifically lands are actually like implemented through federal partnerships, and the experimental forests are actually on federal lands. They're not OSU lands. For state areas, we'd be updating the name of state natural heritage areas to state natural areas. That program was changed in the late 90s, I believe. I can't remember the exact date, but anyways, when it was transferred over to the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, the name of the program also changed to State Natural Areas Program. We do that. And then we haven't included this in our draft proposed rules, but depending on the outcome of the legislative session and other things, the council may want to include the Elliott State Research Forest. It was for a while proposed to become another OSU research forest, but the current proposal, as I understand it, is that it would become administered by an independent public body for research purposes. And OSU would be a part of that, but not the administrator itself. As I guess more of a housekeeping note, also in the draft proposed rules I gave you, we're recommending that the list be moved out of the standard itself and into the definitions rule, so that, you know, anywhere protected is mentioned, it refers back to the Division I definition, and that has the list just there.
So go ahead. Go ahead, Cindy.
I just had a question. I think I read it in the material. Can you just speak to, are there county protected areas and we just ignore them, or how would more local protected areas be treated?
So a local protected area would basically only be pulled in if it's designated by a local body. If it was, I think, you know, more or less included in its Goal 5 resource inventory. So if the comprehensive plan says this is a very important scenic area, or this is an important recreational opportunity, the scenic resources and recreation standards would capture those. But the protected areas standard itself only covers really state and federal designated areas. The exception, again, being a local park or local botanical area can be dedicated or registered as a state natural area by the Oregon Parks and Recreation Commission, at which point in time it would become a protected area under that subsection.
Yes, thank you.
So Marcy, this is Hanley.
Yes, Hanley?
My comment would be you keep the categories and not try and keep the list current, because that would be never ending.
Thank you for that.
This
I
is
don't
Cindy. I agree with that.
Thank you, Cindy.
I do too. And I also agree with removing the reference in the rule and having it in another listing that's publicly available, that's kept up to date.
Agreed.
I hear ya. So Christopher, sounds like you got a lot of feedback on that one, so I'm guessing.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
thank you all for the good conversation. Thank you, Trevor. The next issue is related to outstanding resources waters. I'll just quickly say the DEQ has a program where they can recognize waterways for their, you know, exceptional quality. We're recommending that these not be considered protected areas. You know, we wanted to look at it. But after we did our review, we realized one, the Outstanding Resource Waters Program is part of DEQ's implementation of the Clean Water Act, which is a federally delegated program and something that the council typically doesn't determine compliance with. And two, their process for designating outstanding resource waters prioritizes waterways that are already designated as like wild or scenic waters, or under some other designated designation that would already make them protected areas. So it would be a little redundant to include them, and it's also a little out of the scope of what the council would normally consider. So we don't think any changes are needed at this time.
Agreed.
Any other comments?
Agreed.
Agreed.
All right. There you go.
Thank you. This next issue is a little convoluted, but basically so as I mentioned, a facility can't be located within the boundaries of a protected area unless it's a transmission line or a natural gas pipeline, and the applicant shows that other alternative routes or sites have been studied and determined by the council to have greater impacts. So the council was discussing this, I think, a year or two ago, and Councilmember Winters at that time raised the concern that the way that the exception is currently written makes it could be interpreted to say that as long as the applicant should show that there's a worse alternative out there, it would technically meet the standard. And so just for the purposes of clarification, I mean, the council, I think, also has the ability to address this through its own orders. And it's not something that's been, I think, an actual issue so far. We just think that the language should be kind of flipped around so that the exception either says that the applicant has shown that no alternative routes or sites that would have lesser impacts are practicable or reasonable, or as a slightly variation on that the applicant has studied other reasonable routes or sites, and that those reasonable routes or sites all have been determined to have, or have been determined to have greater impacts. And I guess I want to show you what we came up with, and it's a flavor of the second alternative. But I think this reflects what I think at least what the exception is meant to do. And I will say we had originally been recommended that we use some sort of practicability standard, because that is what federal agencies used in the NEPA review process. I've used a reasonableness standard here just because it's more consistent with other things that we do, but I think either one is acceptable, so we may need to do some wordsmithing. But basically, we would say if it's a transmission line or pipeline located in a protected area, it can only be approved if the council determines that reasonable alternative routes or sites that would avoid the protected area have been studied, and that the proposed route is likely to result in fewer adverse impacts to resources or interests protected by council standards. And this matches somewhat the alternative analysis that's required to be provided as, I think, Exhibit B, or as part of Exhibit B in the NOI, and in the application. It is not quite identical, but.
This is Kent. I like it.
Thank you, Kent.
Yeah, so this is Hanley, and I'm fine with the word reasonable. I am concerned that what we're doing is trying to balance between resources, and that's never easy. I don't know how we get there, but there's suggested language here, practicable standards. But it's always difficult to balance between resources. And I think reasonable alternatives that have fewer adverse impact, and then this site has a fewer adverse impacts is a good start.
Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. And I will say that as I was writing this, I did also wonder if we eliminated this exception altogether and relied solely on the council's balancing authority, if there would actually be any practical difference. And I'm not sure there would be, but it did feel like a bigger change to delete it altogether rather than clarify.
We'll see what we get.
Okay. Okay, hearing no other comments, I'll go ahead and move on. The next issue, so we're kind of moving out of the issues related to the protected area standard and into the issues that are more closely related to the scenic resources standard. So this was one of the original issues for this rulemaking project, and the issues that the scenic resources standard requires a review of local, tribal, and federal land management plans to identify any significant or important scenic resources. It doesn't specify that state land management plans are included, and that leaves out things like state scenic highways and byways, and state scenic waterways are included as protected areas, but state scenic bikeways is the other thing that we've seen in a few recent reviews, and there's just some ambiguity about whether they're included. Applicants have generally, I think, included them in their analysis, but reserve the right to argue that because the standard doesn't say state, that if there is an impact, it should be ignored. Although, I think that hasn't come to a head recently. I don't know if it's really a sustainable position to be in. So we're recommending that state resources be added. We had this recommendation that we should also be considering regional resources. And that would, as we understand, be intended to cover things like the Columbia Gorge National Scenic Area Interstate Compact, which kind of sets up the management plan, which I think is an agreement signed between Oregon, Washington, and maybe also the federal government. We actually agree in principle that those should be included. Our thought is that they would likely be considered a state plan because it's adopted by a state or two, and that we think the word regional may be too ambiguous. So we've included some language here that we think accomplishes the goal of what the stakeholder wanted, which is the inclusion of those land management plans that are adopted by one or more states. And then we would also be including plans that were adopted by one or more local governments too. So a kind of like a multi-county plan, if any do exist, would be covered. The fourth alternative, Councilmember Condon, did you have a?
No,
okay.
Thanks.
The fourth alternative was something that came up during the rulemaking workshop on this issue, is that some people think that we should have kind of a more open process. It shouldn't just be based on plans, but both reviewing agencies and members of the public should be able to kind of nominate resources. And then there should be some sort of criteria like what's provided in the recreation standard to determine whether those resources are significant and important. We don't think that's a a terrible idea, especially since there's a lot of counties that haven't completed a scenic resources inventory. There are some concerns, however, that would put the council in the role of, doing local land use planning, which is really not what you're meant to be doing. You're meant to be evaluating impacts on resources that counties have already said are important. So we think it's deserving of a closer look, but we don't think that we have a path forward on it now. As I'll talk in a little bit, or discuss in a little bit, we do think that there may be more rulemaking needed on scenic resources and visual impact assessments. So if we do move forward with a separate rulemaking process, that's something we may want to give consideration at that time.
Yeah, this is Hanley. I'd support your alternative 3 language.
Thanks, Hanley.
This is Cindy. I support it as well, and I have a question for you. Can you define for me what scenic values, what that refers to? When scenic resources and values, what is that?
It is, I think they're largely synonymous. I don't know if there are hard and fast definitions, and maybe somebody with, I see Council Member Choctu has his hand raised, or if Todd, who has, I know, extensive experience in this too, but Council Member Choctu.
Yeah, Chair Gill, this is Perry Choctu. For the tribes, scenic value could be for thousands and thousands of years. We did prayers in vaulted and lofted areas, and we stacked rocks, and we would look at a distance in areas that are significant to us, and they would draw a psychological power from that. And if, like, say, we gave a huge solar array permission to take place between the traditional practitioner and where he's drawing power from, that's a scenic impact. That's depriving the religious right to pray there in that vaulted or lofted areas. And that's very common through Oregon. That's one of a scenic value.
Okay, thank you for that.
This is Jordan for the record. I would view it as intrinsic or inherent value that is held by groups, public, tribes, et cetera, that's built into the history and the value of the access or resources, not an actual dollar amount.
Thank you for that comment.
For the record, Todd Cornett, I'd also kind of chime in. I think the way I would interpret it is the scenic resource is the what. It's sort of the, what that sort of particular resource is, but the values, that is going to depend. And Councilmember Choctu talked about that. I think Councilmember Truitt talked about that. And I think that has a lot of variation depending upon what the resource itself is, what the distance is, how you're looking to, protect, the views from or to that area. So to me, the values, there is a tremendous amount of variation. And I don't think there's a one size fits all kind of approach to that, but the what to me is the resource, and then the values are the how do you interpret that? How do you provide context and value and protection of that?
Chair Gill, this is Perry Choctu again. A good example, well, one of them is a private property owner would say his property values went down because a project took place next door. That happens all the time.
Yeah, this is Hanley, and I think we've got a whole separate rulemaking on scenic resources. So I think we need to limit our context here.
Right, Cindy.
Well, as I was referring, it's included in this. I mean, it's scenic resources and values. That's why I asked the question, is how are we assessing values? Because values are different for a whole lot of people. So, thank
I
you.
think for now, what we're doing is we're relying upon designated plans which describe what those are.
Yeah.
But I think there's some desire to look at that differently. And that's where we're recommending not to get into that now because it's a very sort of nebulous concept and would require, a lot of work and effort in and of itself. And as Chris said, importantly, I think something we want to do, but it goes a lot deeper than what we wanted to do for scenic resources in this particular rulemaking. So as of now, it is, is there a management plan associated with that resource, which gives us some sort of indication of how it's desired to be protected already by that, agency that is responsible for it. So that's what we look at now, whether it's a comprehensive plan that says this is the intent of this scenic resource, and then a land use ordinance that says this is how it's going to be protected, or, some Bureau of Land Management, or whatever the particular resource is, we currently rely upon some kind of management plan which designates how that's intended to be protected and not try to figure it out on our own. But again, there's some desire to do, something different or to look at this differently, which again, I think is a reasonable questions and potentially a reasonable approach, but will require a fairly significant amount of effort to kind of figure that out.
Thanks.
This is Kent, and I'm supportive of alternative 3 language there.
Thank you, Kent. You
Well,
good?
thank you all for the conversation, and I'll just to somewhat recap some of what I think I've heard is that it sounds like there's general consensus that this additional scenic resources and values rulemaking is probably warranted. And as we're kind of scoping that out, I think we can think more broadly about visual impacts to both, I guess the things we think of as traditional scenic resources like a viewpoint or a nice vista, and more about also visual impacts on things like cultural landscapes and landscape character, and those maybe more intrinsic values as well. Moving on to issue 8, which, as Secretary Cornett mentioned, is related to the applicability of amended rules and standards. And this is something that is really beyond the scope of just these 3 standards, but the concern was raised particularly with this project. So right now, if the council were to change a standard and take no specific action, the way that the statute is written, the council needs to apply the standards in effect at the time that you make your final decision. So when you made your final decision on Obsidian, I guess I'll say you were required to apply the Division 22 standards that were in place today. Had you done rulemaking yesterday, you would have been required to apply whatever rule you had adopted yesterday, assuming it had been filed. So if we go through with this rulemaking, there's several stakeholders that are concerned about what that means for their project if their project's still under review. The council does have a rule in Division 1 that basically says you do have the discretion to change rules during the review process if you wish. But if you do so, and I'll read some of the rule language, you will do so sufficiently in advance of the close of testimony in a contested case proceeding on a site certificate to allow the parties to address the rule, or if after the close of testimony in sufficient time to allow the parties an opportunity to supplement their testimony to offer evidence related to the new rule. So that is the limitation, the only limitation that a previous version of the council has imposed upon yourselves. So that is basically what a no action alternative would rely upon for this rulemaking. In the alternative, we could revise that rule to kind of set a new general rule of applicability to do, I think, basically some sort of goalposting for any rulemaking that happens for any standards. If we did that, we think the appropriate goalpost would be date of filing of the complete application, so that basically, if there something came up during the review, the council would still make rulemaking changes and apply those rulemaking changes. But once the complete application is in, that is the set of criteria that you would apply to the review. And then the third alternative would be to limit a rule of applicability just to this rulemaking, and basically do the same thing, but say if we amend the protected areas, scenic resources, or recreation standards, now the amended rules will only apply to applications submitted on or after their effective date. And that third alternative is what we're recommending. This rulemaking was taken up to look prospectively at new projects that come in. And so to kind of be consistent with that and to minimize any procedural confusion about what might happen if we change the standards now, we think that limiting the amended standards to just new applications would be appropriate. I've included language here from the protected areas, the draft protected area standard that we've included. We'd also include this in the other two standards if they are amended. We don't think it's necessary to necessarily do this for every single rule. So like a procedural rule or an information requirement doesn't affect your decision. And so we don't think it would necessarily make the applicant, go back and submit a new application if we add a new application requirement now, because those actions have already been done.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
This is Kent.
Oh, no, go ahead, Kent.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm supportive of the goalpost concept that alternative 3 is recommending here.
Thank you for that comment. Anyone else?
So this is Cindy, and I think I go back and forth. What's the average length of time between an application for site certificate and beginning construction? Do you have that by any chance?
Councilmember Condon, I cannot give you that information off the top of my head, but we can certainly find out for you before the next.
Yeah, Councilmember Connor, for the record, Todd Cornett. I've done that sort of research, not specifically that question, but I pulled all the kind of information together for all of our renewable projects. But there's a lot of other, non-renewable projects as well. So I could get you that information relatively quickly for renewable projects, but it would take some time to pull that all together for the other ones as well.
Okay, and my concern is just what I mentioned before, is stopping the process for any changes affecting the application when the application is drawn out with amendments that before construction is started.
Yeah, I would though make a comment that there is a deadline to submit to either begin construction or submit an amendment to change the construction deadlines. And if that amendment comes in, they are governed by whatever new rules are in place. So they're not held. So the goalpost on this wouldn't be for future amendments related to extending out the construction timelines. If they failed or decided that they wanted to request a time extension and submitted an amendment, and a new protected area was put in place, they would have to adhere to that new protected area at that point. Just because they got approved under the application and it wasn't included, that amendment would include that later on if that was essentially on the books at the date their submitting their amendment request. So I think the more sort of accurate question would be, either preliminary application to the conclusion of their original beginning construction date, or complete application to the conclusion of their, their original beginning construction date, because that's really the time frame that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as long as the amendment doesn't stretch it out, that's.
Nope, it does not.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. Yeah, and one thing I guess that's good to remember is that whenever you are thinking about the standards, as much as they are something that the applicant needs to demonstrate that they meet, these are really rules about the council's decision. And so, this is, you are setting your decision criteria and decision standards and determining, whether you think it's right to change the basis of your decision, like in the middle of a review. But once the site certificate is issued, one, no matter what you based your decision on, the statute requires the certificate holder at that point to comply with any rules or laws in effect on the date that the site certificate is executed. So even if your decision, a state law changed between the time that you made your you set the standard or did the rulemaking and the end of the process, you would say, yes, you complied with the standard that we had in place at that time, but the law has changed and you have to comply with the law. And similarly, once the decision made is going forward, if they come back for a request for amendment, you would be making a new decision, and this new rule would apply to your new decision. That makes sense. I'd probably spend too much time thinking about.
Thank you. That's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah, and I'm supportive of this change alternative.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Two more issues, and they're both pretty quick. Issue 9, it has already come up, and I think I already may know the answer based on some of our discussions already. But we had a number of really good conversations about visual impact assessments. The last rulemaking workshop was very well attended, and there was a lot of good participation. And there's definitely not consensus on this issue, but I think we did hear pretty strong support for making the process of visual impacts assessments more specific and a little more clear in the council's information requirements, at least. But there wasn't any agreement on exactly what that would look like. So the two big alternatives that kind of arose were, one, the council can basically say that an applicant has to use one of the established methodologies, or kind of give them a menu of those established methodologies that they can choose from, and I'll show you what those are in a second. Or two, the council could kind of create its own methodology in guidebook and require that to be used. When we talked about this with the stakeholders more, there was a pretty strong preference that we don't create our new system, because there's some good systems out there, and that we just require an applicant to use a good, up-to-date, peer-reviewed methodology that's already been kind of rolled out by one of the federal land management agencies. The major methods that came up were the Forest Service's scenery management system. I'm sure you're familiar with these by now, and the BLM's digital resource management system, as updated by, I think, various kind of guide publications. There's also the Federal Highway Administration's guidelines for visual impact assessments of highway projects, which are out there and can be kind of input of the kind of infrastructure projects that we treat. And then there's somebody else brought up the Oregon and California Trails Association's trail setting classifications, and I wanted to include that just to show that there's other things out there. Park Service also has their own guidelines. That trail setting classifications is really a scenic inventory tool, not really an impacts assessment tool. But it's still, I think, useful to know that, you know, specific contexts might have their own specific methods to go along with them. I will not go through this in very much detail, but this is a very genericized version of the visual impacts assessment methods that are basically, these components are found in most of those methods that I just showed you. Very high level, they both start with determining kind of what about your project will cause visible impacts. Then you do a viewshed analysis to see where your facility will be visible from, and if there's any sensitive resources, sensitive receptors in that viewshed. And then you go through the process of assessing what the impacts to those sensitive receptors would be. Sometimes that includes key observation point surveys, or sometimes that includes visual simulations, sometimes it doesn't. Once you've done all that work, you assess the magnitude of impacts and determine whether they be significant. And if they are significant, what additional mitigation might be needed to ensure that the overall impact is less than significant. Are there any questions on this before I move on from the slide? It's a lot of text.
Yeah, you're not recommending that we tackle this now, are you, Christopher?
No. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I'm skipping over a lot of the detail, because while we do agree that some changes are needed, and you know, it would be great to be able to say everybody has to use the VLM system, we're not there yet. We need to do a lot more work to figure out both what the appropriate methods are and what the appropriate changes we would need to adapt those methods to our process if we're going to specify one or more. So we're not recommending any changes based on this now. We do recommend, as I mentioned, that the council set up a new rulemaking process to address just scenic resources and explore this more fully. I'll kind of defer to you all on what exactly the timing of that process would be. But basically, we think there's just too much work to be needed, and we want to move forward with the changes that we have identified to wrap this project up.
I'd support that.
Ms. Kent and I do as well.
Thank you for those comments.
Yep.
Heard another?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
That's everybody. So there you go, Christopher.
Excellent. Thank you, council members. The very last issue we have is that some stakeholders recommended that we clarify the criteria for when a recreational opportunity is important. I just wanted to pull up what the criteria are in the rule. So it's whether the opportunity has any special designation or management, the degree of demand for recreation in the area, any outstanding or unusual qualities, availability or rareness, and the irreplaceability or irretrievability of the opportunity. So basically how the process works now is the applicant needs to conduct an inventory of all recreational opportunities and then provide an analysis based on these and make recommendations on whether they think it's important based on these criteria. And then the department and the council can override their determination if we disagree. But it is not a perfect system. There's probably some ways that it could be more objective or more streamlined, but we didn't get any specific recommendations on how it could be better or what specific changes people would like to see during the rulemaking, during the stakeholder engagement process. So at this time, again, we're not recommending any changes, but if we do come across either an empirical basis on some way that this can be more objective or some alternate system that we think would work well, we would come back to you with that. But yeah, for now,
Yeah.
no.
I'm good with that.
This is Hanley, I agree.
Okay.
Agreed.
I agree.
Okay, well, thank you all. With the exception, I think, of the change, and I'll go back and listen to this again and make sure I remember everything that you all did want us to change, but I remember us standing out the change to the alternative about removing the date for effective dates designations. I think that's issue 3. We'll go ahead and include some sort of goal posting there. And then if the council agrees, we'll get a revised analysis and a revised draft of rules ready and probably just publish them and ask for one last round of written informal comments, and then come back to you at your April meeting with any informal comments and ask you to consider proposed rules and issue a notice of proposed rulemaking at that time. And of course, this is subject to change due to like agenda availability and things like that, but we will shoot for April. It could be May. Depending on when the NOPR goes out, we would be starting the formal public comment period and the formal rulemaking process, and hopefully be able to have permanent rules before you by July. If the council wishes, we could forego that informal comment period, but since there's no March meeting, I'm not sure if there's a downside to doing it.
Well,
No,
any
it's-
information you get is probably good.
Yeah, I'd support the informal.
Yeah.
I would too.
There you go. We want the informal, Christopher.
Excellent. I think our stakeholders will be happy with that as well. Okay, and that is it for me. Thank you all for the great conversation and for talking through these issues with me.
Well, as always, you did a great job and clearly put in a lot of time and effort to bring the information to us. So we appreciate what you've done. All right. So I'm looking at the agenda and I don't know how all of y'all are feeling. Wally, I know you've done a lot of work to get ready for us, but I'm tapped out and I'm getting, I just want to talk to council about, are you all comfortable waiting until April and having Wally present as opposed to continuing to grind through another segment? Or do you want to go for, I want to be mindful of everyone and their time and their jobs and lives too. So I'm opening up for conversation with council.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I kind of gave Wally a heads up, and I think he provided some good insight. We've also lost most of the members of the public.
And they're the ones that we're trying to.
So if that at all helps your decision making on this, I just wanted to throw that in there.
So what I will request, because knowing how our meetings go and the public usually does wane off, and to say thank you to Wally for his efforts. When we work on the next agenda item, maybe we could make it part of the morning and not the afternoon. So good observation, Wally. If we don't have the public to hear what you're saying, I don't know that achieves our objective.
So I do have Madam Chair, I do have one question. When did you hope to implement this, Wally?
Hi, this is Wally Adams for the record. Hanley, it's actually live now. So I did kind of the final shakedown of everything and the links are live. So if somebody does look at the presentation, they click on those links, it'll take them to the portal. And I will just mention one quick thing on it too. We had a public comment in December about making the comments that we receive available to people. And I think that's the big thing. I mean, people have always been able to comment, but they will be able to going forward now see other people's comments. So we'll support that. It's just we won't talk about it and, advertise it, I guess, until the next meeting. But I do think it actually makes more sense to wait for it. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Haley?
It does. That's great, Wally.
All right. Well, I will say this was a marathon meeting, and I'm thoroughly impressed by you, my peers, and the work that was done today. And I'd just like to again acknowledge the efforts of Todd and the staff for everything. Sarah, I feel like you've done all kind of double and triple duty today. But as always, the entire staff comes together to make us get through these meetings with the necessary information to make intelligent decisions and fulfill our duty. So I appreciate everyone's efforts. Does anyone else have any comments?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to kind of put that back on you and say thank you all for council members. These are hard things. Clearly, this was, both the rulemaking as well as Obsidian, pretty complex. And I just feel very thankful that, you all dig into this and ask really good questions and, want to do your job, which, ultimately is you're the decision maker. So I just very much appreciate the efforts that you put into this.
Awesome. Well, let's all keep crossing our fingers and whatever else you do, but that we will be able to gather in person in the near future and have one of these meetings and see each other in the same room. So with that said, the time is now 4:24 p.m. and the February 25th, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Well
you.
done, everyone.
Thanks. Nice.
everybody.
See you in April.
We'll see ya.
Time for pizza and a beer.